Good day and good evening, and welcome to Walk and Talk with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. This time, we're starting from where we ended our walk last time, and then we're going somewhere else. And while we walk, we talk about whatever Final Fantasy XIV stuff. If you have some questions, whatever it is, this is a great time. Once we reach our destination, eventually I'll stop talking and then we will get to reviewing some clips that all of you posted in the clip review channel on the Discord server, which is... Whoop! There we go. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I have some interesting ones. Some variety. The way it usually goes when we get to the clip reviewing part is that I prioritize clips from people that are there. And then sometimes I'll check a clip from someone who's not there, but usually I prefer if they are there. So that they have a chance to actually... Like, for example, if we're giving advice, it's pretty good if we can talk with the person, you could say. And sure, not Final Fantasy XIV stuff is also fine to ask. You can also ask me something completely unrelated to the game, but like the more obscure it gets, the more likely I'll either say, I don't know, or can't answer that. With that said, hey Gassel, hey Ceres, hey Taldaba, hey Zaf, hey Giraheen, hey Agent Monica, hey Kazi Dragoon, hey Fila, hey Liv, and hey Zonin. Hope you're all doing very well. And hey Eaterit, hope you're doing well as well. Pokemon is definitely related to the game. Related enough that I could probably talk about that. Right, we should probably start walking. In step 1... we have to make our way out of the city. My thoughts on 16? I haven't played it. So I don't know. I don't know. I haven't played it. Why have you not played it? Is it because you hate it? No, just haven't. When it initially came out, I was like, oh, that's a shame. It's not on PC. Then I can't play it. Can't remember, has it come out yet? For PC? Because see, that's the problem when they go, oh, it's console exclusive first, then it comes out on PC, is that when it finally comes out on PC, unless you're like, I need this game, then when it finally comes out, it's like almost like no fanfare for some people, so it's just, oh, that game's available, I guess. That's also a weakness with Stranger of Paradise, which is a game that I think is awesome, is that people thought that it wasn't available for PC because it was Epic exclusive for like a year or something. And when it finally came to Steam, it certainly didn't help the game that the online multiplayer function, the Epic one and the Steam one, couldn't communicate. So if you wanted to play with your friends on Steam, you had to buy the game again. You know, your friends on Steam that finally realized the game existed when it came to Steam. You think you'll try it? Maybe eventually. Probably. At some point. The same thing happening with Rise. See, the interesting thing there for me with Monster Hunter Rise is that I played it a bit on Switch, and the thing is, I'm just not a controller guy. So I played it a bit, like, I think I completed the base story, and then I was like, I think I'll just, I'll wait for the PC version. And then when the PC version came out, I bought it almost immediately. Because I knew this was what I wanted. But yeah, it had the same effect on Monster Hunter Rise. You could argue it had the same effect on Monster Hunter World, but Monster Hunter World did pretty well. How about Overwatch? I played that a bit, but it's been years at this point. I'm just not that good with shooters. Hey Tinali, hope you're doing well. And hey Pokash, hope you're doing well as well. I remember I stopped playing Overwatch before the what's her name, the hacker girl got added. And I just didn't have any interest in playing it after that. Yeah, Zombra, exactly. I'm not like a super PvP guy, and I'm also not really a shooter guy. So you can see that something like Overwatch is like the perfect meeting of things that I wouldn't enjoy. Do you have any achievements in Final Fantasy XIV you're actively trying to complete? Well, technically I'm actively trying to complete that mentor achievement, but that's probably no surprise to anyone. Meanwhile, I'm also working on getting all of the unique Levequests done, but it takes a while. Some of them, I'm at a point where I actually need to do temple leaves. And it's pretty funny when I made the video in late Endwalker going, oh yeah, so you need like 10 temple leaves to like complete the achievement, but in the next expansion you'll probably not need that. But then they added an even higher achievement above it, so you still need like 10 temple leaves to complete them. And the reason why that matters, for those that don't know, is that to complete those achievements, like for example to complete this one for Carpenter, you need to do 135 different Levequests for Carpenter. Now, I believe there are 140 Levequests in total. Like, all included, there's 140. You need to complete 135. And those 140 includes temple leaves. And if you don't know what a temple leaf is, it's a feature they added in Heavensward and discontinued in Heavensward. Like it didn't live past Heavensward. And temple leaves, I believe they give like double or maybe triple the reward of a normal leaf quest. They might also require slightly more, like twice the effort or something. Instance 1. But they cost 10 leave quest allowance, where normal leave quests require 1. So if you have to do 10 temple leaves per crafter, then it means that to complete Carpenter, you need 225 leave allowance, which takes a while. Also that, both Totaldemar and Agent Monica, glad to have you in the chat. You don't have to be on the journey with me. Yeah, good luck with that, Agent Monica. And hey, Oatblue, hope you're doing well. But that is something that I'm working on. It's a little bit on the side. Like, you can see I have some allowance building up so that I can, like... I can't remember which one. I think maybe it was it leather? Was it alchemy? Did I finish the most recent one that I was working on? Probably. Yeah, I guess I did. Is it here maybe still? Nope. It's gone. I let it like accumulate a bit and then I do a bunch. Why are Battlecraft leaves not a thing anymore? I think there are a couple of explanations there. The first one is that Battlecraft leave quests are pretty terrible. like time-wise, like they don't actually add very much value for the time they take. They're okay if you're like level 10. But the thing is, if you're level 10, you probably have these. And if you just work your way through these, you will probably be level 15 or even 16 before you go, the next target is out of my reach. And if you do that, then guess what? You do this. And it's so much better. And I also argue that Fates would also be better. So, like, one reason is that Levequests are undertuned, like, value-wise. You have no reason to do them as a combat job. No reason. A second reason is I just don't think it's super fun content, and I imagine that the developers realized that they felt the same, maybe. They had the feeling that we can't really make this super interesting with this model we have. And then they just phased it out. But daily hunts are also not fun content. I think it's somewhat amusing. It's okay. But case in point, daily hunts are also decently good time investments if you're leveling jobs. Whereas Levequests are not. So the key difference is that if the developers looked at how much players are engaging in content to decide whether they do it or not, the hunts have the simple advantage that they have a better reward model, so people do them anyway, even if they're not the most engaging kind of content. Whereas Levequests both are not the most kind of engaging kind of content, and the rewards also kind of suck for combat jobs. I don't know why they decided that the reward only sucks for combat jobs. Also, hey Fatman, and Aradel, and Cat. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, that's probably a really important part of it, Cat, is that leveling in general has gotten a lot of buffs, but for whatever reason, they kind of skipped Levequests on that. So it just kind of got left behind. Hey FFXIV, hope you're doing well. But I think that would be the reason. That's my guess. Feelers, says any reason as to why those leave achievements? Oh, that's very simple. That's because I already did the unique combat ones. I think I'm pretty sure I did. Yep, already did those. And I'm just working my way through all the various unique Levequests, and I'm trying to like vary it a little bit, because then I can progress more on these do 5,000 ones once all the unique ones are done. That's kind of the logic. And the thing is, those unique, or rather those complete 5,000 Levequest things are so insanely long that you hear me talking about it now. If you ask me, if you want to know when you would have to ask me about those achievements and hear me say, yeah, I finished it, I think it takes like 7 years to do those achievements, due to the Levequest allowance. So, assuming that I'm still playing Final Fantasy XIV and doing like content on it in 2031, then we can revisit whether I finished them. But that's like the main reason why I'm working on those achievements, is because there are a lot of achievements in Final Fantasy XIV that you can work on them whenever you want. Like, actually whenever you want. You can just go, you know what, I want the achievement for having opened, what is it, 2,000 hordes from deep dungeons. You can just go and work on that. It'll take a long time, but there is no, like, daily or weekly limit. You can just go for it until you're bored. But this has a daily limit of how much you can do it. And as long as you just do a little bit every so often, you will eventually finish it. And, well, let me put it like this. Some Levequests, particularly the temple leaves, are some of the bad ones. Because they require, like, super random items that might not be on the market board. Also, thank you for celebrating 4 months as part of the Call of the Pink, Philippe. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. But yeah, it's basically doing 6 Levequests takes, like, depending on how, like, efficiently you go about it, it takes like 6 minutes, right? So that's no big deal. So it's just a matter of checking in on it, like, every now and then. The key is it takes like 16 days for your lave allowance to fill up completely. Like about that. Like about 16 days. I guess it takes 16... On the 17th day, you will overcap if you haven't done anything. But I can also inform you that doing 6 Levequests is not a big deal. Like, in one sitting. Doing 100 Levequests in one sitting. That takes a while. So, if you don't want to get super dreadfully bored about it... Wow. Guzzle has mastered kiting. Did you see that? Just the mob just walking behind him. Just, are you not going to stop and fight me? No? Okay, I'll just go over here then. I don't know how many auto attacks got hit on you. And that looked incredibly funny. But yeah, that achievement is insanely long. When did I start playing? Like early Stormblood? I specifically remember reaching like max level, and then at some point my free company started complaining about it around a lighthouse and the math man. So like that's of course after I started, but I'm pretty sure I started like early Stormblood. Aha! Time for my telegraph! Wait, you already left. Have you done the Realm Reborn relics? I have started on them. No, I have not finished any. But yeah, the silly part about the temple leaves is that... like, they cost 10 times as much, but they're not actually harder. Like, it's just twice as much. Something to that effect. I think when I initially heard about temple leaves, I expected it to be more like... like a group thing, right? Like, oh, we're doing a temple leave, guys. We group up. No, that's not what it is. Like, I actually expected it to be more large scale, and then it wasn't. Hey, Jonathan, hope you're doing well. Agent Monica says, do we by any chance know which striking dummy is level 1-1? There are ones in Summerford Farms. Like, each of the, like, first zones you get sent to have level 1 striking dummies. I can't remember where you buy the level 1 striking dummies. But maybe someone else can elaborate on that. But what do you think about the Realm Reborn relic grind? Is it something you'd consider a bit more work than the Palace of the Dead one you talked about? I don't know. What I can tell you is that the Palace of the Dead grind that I talked about is extremely simple. It's just doing it. People found a way to optimize it. Like, if you've ever gone over to the entrance to Heaven on High and seen, like, you just stand there for like 10 minutes or so. If you see someone, like, appear outside it and then disappear, and then, like, 2 to 3 minutes later they reappear and then go in again, they're farming Horde. It's not an exploit. It's just people discovered a really efficient way to farm the Horde, and the key here is that the achievement progresses every time you find it, not every time you actually leave with it. So you just go find Horde and then you leave. And just keep doing it until you're done. In regards to the ARR grind, I haven't finished a weapon, so I don't know how the whole grind goes, but I have worked on the Atma stuff. My opinion on that is I find it extremely annoying when they put like a random drop like that. So sometimes you just get 9 and you're done. And when I say 9, I mean of course 1 for every job. Whereas if it wasn't random, like they could have made it not random and just gone, you need or maybe not 20, not like that. Maybe they say it's not random, but you need 3 or 4. Like, I don't know what the drop rate is, but they could just made it so that it's guaranteed, and then just said you need the amount, like the average amount. Let me just go to zone 1. The average amount that it would have taken to finish it. And the thing is, I don't know about Heavensward and Stormblood. I know Stormblood is in Eureka, and there's like, quote-unquote, some randomness to it because you're farming currency more so than anything else. But in Shadowbringers, they had the same problem. Like, you need 15 of this thing, and you can farm them in these specific ways. And some players would just nail it, like easy mode, and other times it just didn't. Like I'm not the biggest fan of when it's random and you need them like that. Like speaking of Monster Hunter, I also think that going, oh yeah, you need like 2 wing webbings, like 3 talons, and then you need a super fancy schmancy radiant ruby for this weapon. Yes. What the rarities are, well, the webbings you're going to get the first try. The talons, well, this particular monster only has 2 legs, so you'll probably need to kill it twice. The gem, that's 1 in 100. Good luck. Just say you need, like, gem scrapings or something, and say you need 20, and then make the drop rate high. Like, make the drop rate high, and just say you need a lot. Like, I'm not a big fan of, you just need 1 of this thing, but good luck getting it. Like, the same thing with, like, mount farms where there's a ridiculously low drop rate. Very annoying. And yeah, exactly, Old Blue, like, what you do in Monster Hunt, like, for Rise, you go, like, if the item you need that is rare drops from shinies, you just mount the other monster in the zone, smack the main monster that you need things from, see if it drops something, hope that the Plunder Blades stuff plunders something, and then you just leave. Like, then you just leave, and then you go back and try again until you get it. Like, there are ways to optimize that, but I feel like that's more an indication of a flaw than a solution. But from that, I don't think the A Realm Reborn relic grinds would be... Like, as I said, I haven't finished one, but just off the top of my head, I cannot believe that they would make grinding all of the A Realm Reborn relics, even one of the A Realm Reborn relics, as tedious as getting that deep dungeon achievement. Let me see if I can find it. Particular one that I'm thinking of. Would it be here, maybe? For some reason, I couldn't believe that it would be more than 2,000. I was so sure that it said 2,000. I was thinking about it in my mind. I was like, there's probably 2,000 horde, right? It's not more than that. No, it's 20,000. And the thing I said before with someone just like going into heaven on high, then coming out, then going in, coming out, going in, coming out, going in. Sometimes those 2 to 3 minutes it takes equals 0 horde. Sometimes it's equal to no progress. You need 20,000. Like, this achievement is so ludicrous that we've talked about this before. Sometimes we talk about going, oh yeah, how many commendations I have? Well, I have 5,422 out of 6,535 completed duties. Like, this achievement is so high. Like, it takes so many clears that it almost looks like it is intended as a way to track your progress rather than being an achievement to strive for. You know what I mean? Like, that's not something that you should be doing, but hey. Yeah, exactly. Liv says if you're dedicated, you can usually finish an AR relic in a couple of days. Indeed. I can't remember how quickly. I think I like there was a video where someone like had found a strategy and I mentioned the number, like how many hordes you could get on average per hour with that weird heaven on high trick. But I'm pretty sure it would still take a long time. But that's the thing with these kind of achievements. Some of them are ludicrous. And I have also heard some people going that they think that those achievements with a ridiculously high number on them are unreasonable, like unfair, that they're tuned so high, like it's almost on the verge of being inhumane to expect the player to do that much. But counter argument, it's not like you're getting anything valuable for it. Like, anyone who needs 20 achievement points this badly, I like, these are the points you use to buy the things exclusive to like to achievement points. I would be shocked if someone was like, oh yeah, I couldn't get everything, unless it was like a new character. The spider needs them, but just him. Well, I guess. And there is something fun about having cleared stuff, right? But there are certainly a lot of achievements where it's like clearly intended. That clearly not intended that you're going out of your way to get them. Which also explains why you can have achievements like this just hanging around. Like, this 5,000 isn't intended as something you're meant to do. It's just... It's like an embedded tracker to say you did this many. And then someone goes, how about if I break the scale anyway? Specific phases, I think trial mounts should be a guaranteed drop after one expansion. For example, as we're in Dawntrail now, Shadowbringer's mounts would be 100%. So you mean after 2 expansions? I don't think that's necessary, FFXIV, but maybe that's because I come into that kind of conversation from a very, very different perspective. Once bosses are 2 expansions old, it starts to get easy enough that you can just, like, beat over the boss with relative ease. Maybe you need to bring a friend or two. When did my knapsack go off? But, the good news is that because you can farm it to your heart's content, you can just keep going, and if it takes only a few minutes of your time to do it, you can just spam it until you're done. And then there's also the RNG compensation where you can just eventually buy the mount. And I think the reason why I say I think I come in to this conversation from a different perspective is because in World of Warcraft, mounts from raid bosses are still, well, loot from raid bosses are still once per week per character, or rather per run, like per clear, and clearing gives your character a lockout. Which means that if you want Invincible, which drops from the Lich King himself, then you have to contend with, I believe it's a 1% drop chance. And the only thing you can do to deal with that is, because the expansion is so old, you can have 50 characters relatively easily by just leveling them, which takes a while of course, but you can just level them and then just smack the Lich King instantly. And then you have 50 tries per week. And the reason I think of that one specifically is because I have a friend who told me, like, I believe his girlfriend was trying to get Invincible, and it took her like 2 years to get it. Like, it wasn't 50 characters, it was like maybe 5 characters. But that's what 1% loot chance does to a person. Is, while on average it would take you 100 attempts, so 2 weeks with 50 characters, it's 1%, and the randomness doesn't remember that you already tried 99 times. It doesn't care. So, coming in from that perspective, I of course feel that Final Fantasy XIV's model for, like, trial mounts and stuff is very reasonable. Because it could be worse. There's also the detail where, like, Savage mounts, they remove the lockout, like, about shortly before the next raid tier comes. Again, never in World of Warcraft. Never ever. It's just too bad. But I can see the reasoning in what you said, FFXIV, that at least guaranteed if you sync it, that would be an interesting detail. Like, to give players reason to do old extremes. Synced is to make the mount guaranteed. I think that's an interesting suggestion. Zonin says, from a dev perspective, though, I think they'd be like, this is ludicrous enough, right? I guess in regards to the achievements. But yeah, precisely is that some of these achievements are basically so pointless at this point, like the Battlecraft leaves, that why would you like, how would you do 5,000, like, for what reason would you do 5,000 Battlecraft leaves? Aside from the achievement of having done it. I don't think there is any other reason. Well, you see, there's an achievement, yeah. Well, that has also happened, Cat, but I believe the difference there is that they remove a potential mount from, like, a mount achievement and things like that. But, like, that's the whole fear of missing out thing. Which, speaking of fear of missing out, haven't really paid much attention to the game in a while. Like, I completed the story in the game, and then, like, I just kind of lost interest a little bit later. Temtem. Some of you might know about it. It's like an MMO, kind of like Pokemon game. And they started this, like, store model where there was, like, rotating outfits, lots of, like, battle passes, so, like, if you weren't there, you could miss out, like, a lot of this. And I saw, like, a few days ago, I randomly clicked in on the news page for them because they were, like, they had this big reveal that there were changes coming, and they basically made it so that, well, everything that you could have had fear of missing out on now is, like, free to participate in. Like, you can use whichever battle pass you want. All of the store stuff is just there. Like, when I read that update, I didn't, like, go in and see how incredible it was, but reading it, it felt like someone high up in that team was like, guys, I don't think we want to be FOMO guys anymore. And then they just, like, did a 180 on that. Which, just, I know this really random side thing in a Final Fantasy stream, but it's just something I'm saying, like, this could be you, other games with FOMO. This could be you. You could do this too. It's that easy. Yeah, exactly, FFXIV. Exactly, they basically flipped the switch and went, you know what, never mind. Let's not do that anymore. And yeah, exactly. Final Fantasy XIV has the problem with the PvP series rewards. And speaking of that, I just want to reiterate in regards to this. So what we're talking about is this. Oh. Sweet. I don't know what I will do with those. I don't buy anything with them. I just buy wolf collars. We were told when this, like, these, like, basic, like, pseudo battle passes were added to the game for PvP, we were told that once stuff, like, cycles out of it, they said you will be able to get these items later. They said that. I'm pretty sure they did. That you will not miss out. You will be able to get them later. But this is Series 6, and we haven't seen the slightest hint of a rerun of Series 1. Although it would be incredibly funny. I'm just saying. Like, knock on wood, or whatever you want to say. It would be really funny if like, when they reach Series 11, it's just Series 1 again. That would be incredibly funny. Sounds as you've been able to get some of them from mobile events, if I recall correctly. Not the ones from series events, as far as I know. They'll be on the Mog Store. Ooh, I don't think that would be popular either. But yeah, we have been told that things will come back, possibly, probably. I feel like, and the thing is, I don't remember exactly how it was worded, but I feel like when it was initially announced, to me at least, it had this air of you'll be able to buy them with trophy crystals later. And part of the reason why I thought that is because there's a good reason why I said I just buy wolf colors with my trophy crystals. What do I do with my wolf colors? Nothing. Nothing. I don't do anything with them. It's just like, was it 360,000 wolf marks just hanging around just in case? And the thing is, I haven't needed to buy anything with trophy crystals since Series 2. So, hopefully they'll add something. And if they add it so that you can buy old series stuff, then I'll not get anything out of it because I've gotten everything out of every series so far. So, like, for me, it would just be good for everyone else. Like, good news for everyone else. I don't mind. You can buy Materia X with Wolf Seals. Don't they cost like 15,000 for a grade 12? Or one grade 12? Have you gotten all the Garo collab titles? Yes. I also have all of the Garo equipment. I got it all in Series 1 because when they initially released Crystalline Conflict and reintroduced the Garo stuff, I was like, well, as far as I know, history on this particular collab is that it was there to stay, and then one day it wasn't. Like, it was there to stay, and then one day it just wasn't anymore. So I was like, okay, just in case, I'm going to make sure to get all of it quickly. So I just did all that. And while I was at it... wow. I also got this. So I was okay at PvP at that time, at least. And I did that playing only Red Mage. Munya says Crystalline Conflict before people started sandbagging. I have some bad news for you, Munya. In Series 1, I think 2... I haven't gotten super close into them. I'm pretty sure 1 or 2 of these reports were people who AFK'd in Crystalline Conflict. I can't remember if I outright mentioned it in a video, but I have mentioned time and again that while it is a possibility to farm series XP by AFKing in Crystalline Conflict, it is also an extremely effective way to get your account punished if anyone bothers to report you. It says I buy repairing dark matter with wolf marks. It is the best deal. I do that too, but I don't need that much of it. So the only times I start to run out of wolf marks that I just have is when I stop doing frontline. I've been doing frontline nearly every single day. When I was leveling jobs. The day that I had maxed out the last job, doing frontline went down in priority for me. Like, now I don't care anymore. Because I'd already maxed out the series thing. And I don't need the trophy crystals. Jose, Skyleak, and Nicholas, and Bondi. Hope you're doing well. I haven't bought wolf marks with Gil for years. Sometimes I'll buy a little with seals, simply because I have enough Gil. I have enough Gil, so I don't care about what thing you can turn into the most money with company seals. I just buy ventures because I think it's incredibly funny. I think it's an incredibly funny thought that one day I might actually hit the hard cap on ventures. I think it's like 65,000. I'm over halfway there, as you can see. So I think that would be incredibly funny. And that's what I use my seals on. And sometimes when I've gotten a lot of wolf marks and didn't need the dark matter, I would buy ventures with those too. But yeah, point is, I think the real selling point of Crystalline Conflict in Season 1, Munya, is that in Season 1, it at least felt like, to me, that you didn't have to queue at a specific time of day for the queue to pop. Like, the thing is, at the time, I mainly had time to queue, like, in the evenings, like, around the kind of times where people usually raid and stuff. Which, you know, the reason why people usually raid at that time is because, you know, that's the gamer time. That's when we game. That's when people are home. That's after people have had dinner. People are ready to battle. So, obviously that's where the queue pops naturally. But, I didn't have any problems. And I feel like today... Oh, whoops. Did I change the wrong thing? Yes, I did. Nowadays, it feels like even if you queue at like the most active times, you can have chosen the wrong day. Like, oh, on Tuesdays, well, you see, there's a grand total of 16 players in your ranked bracket. And, well, 4 of them actually know each other and they're in the same static and they raid on Tuesdays. So... now we're down to 12, and these 5, they actually, like, they're casuals, but they like PvP. They do their normal clears at that time. And Bob, he plays a different game on Tuesdays. So you're only 7 now. So it's not going to pop. Try again tomorrow. Like, that's kind of how it feels sometimes. And it didn't feel like that in Season 1. But there's also an extra detail to that. It's like a little double-sided. In Season 1, and I'm pretty sure it was only in Season 1, there were a lot more checkpoints on the way to Crystal. I didn't need the checkpoints as much as you might think. But sometimes I was saved from losing a star where I should have lost one. Simply because the system was, if I remember correctly, it was you couldn't rank down, but you could lose like the stars you need to collect to rank up, which meant that, well, you lost only 1 star per loss, and you would get 2 stars per win once you won 3, like after the 3rd win in a row. If you lost like 4 times in a row at like the 3rd or 4th one, you wouldn't lose anything because you had already bottomed out as far as the system was concerned and wouldn't like let you drop any further than that. And I think they changed that either with Season 2 or Season 3. And this has 2 effects. 2 effects. The first one is that you are risking a lot more when you go into ranked, because you could rank down on a bad day. The second one is that because you can rank down, that motivates players to do their floundering around in casual Crystalline Conflict, or not playing Crystalline Conflict at all. And the reason why I think that had an impact on the activity in Crystalline Conflict, a negative one potentially, I don't know for sure, but potentially, is because I know in Season 1, I specifically remember, like, I was climbing in Diamond for long enough to get used to the fact that when you start, and when you had Crystal players on your team, or the enemy team for that matter, that didn't necessarily mean they were good. Because some players in Season 1 would reach Crystal, you'll reach Crystal and you start with 100 rating, and winning would give you, like, you know, on average 100 rating, and losing would lose you around 100 rating, sort of, with, like, some variance. But because you couldn't rank down, if you lost once, you would, like, you got to Crystal and you lost once, then you go down to 0 rating. And if you lose again, you lose nothing. Get where I'm going with this? So players would go into Crystalline Conflict ranked and, like, turbo grind, like super sweat mode, with the job they had believed they were the best at, where they had the best chances of succeeding. And they would be great. You would see these players like, oh man, that's the guy that I know is really good at that job. He's on my team. Awesome. And then the next match, oh no, he's on the enemy team. But when you then saw them in Crystal, you started seeing them playing as, like, random jobs. Like, but he was the good warrior. Why is he playing, like, white mage today? And then he sucks at it. Right? And it just sucks at it. And then you lose because you had, like, off day John on your team. But he doesn't care. He had 0 rating. He lost nothing. You lost the one, like, you were 1 win away from reaching Crystal. Sucks. You are almost there. Maybe next time. And the reason why I think that might actually be the lesser evil is because the alternative is that you queue as a Diamond player for 2 hours. Because all the Crystal players don't want to lose their rating. We go to 1. So I feel like, in a weird roundabout way, the fact that there were, like, a lot of safety nets on the way to Crystal motivated competitive players that basically had accepted that they weren't going to be the best, but they could be great. Would at least try, because if they reach the next checkpoint, then, like, that's all they have to do. They just have to play really well for 3 matches or 4 matches or maybe 5 matches, depending on how high they ranked, and then they could relax again until, like, they had a good streak again. But losing 10 times in a row was okay. You wouldn't lose that much. By removing that safety net, I feel like a lot of players lost interest, potentially. Me partly included, by the way. I say partly because I'm pretty sure, I think it was Season 2, or maybe it was Season 3, where I streamed playing ranked. And I think I got to gold. And then I simply gave up because the queues were too long. There was a particular stream where I sat in queue for 35 minutes or something. And then we talked a little bit back and forth, and I was like, you know what, this is a frontline stream now. And then I queued for frontline, and then we had something to do in like 2 minutes. And we did frontline streams for a while. Because I'm pretty sure, I might remember this wrong, but I'm pretty sure that for a long time, I just realized that the last point on the way is immediately reached. I guess we'll probably switch here or something. Yeah. I want to indicate where the end point was. But yeah, exactly, Munya. I'm guessing it's sort of the same idea. For me, it was... In Season 1, I was actively trying to reach Crystal. In Season 2, I mean, if I reached Crystal, but if I didn't, that was okay, because... see, the thing is, if I'm doing something really hard on my own, like, in private... then there is a lot of expectation from myself to, you know, get somewhere. Get it done. Like, if I were to solo a dungeon alone, then I would have a very, very strong expectation of myself to get it done soon. Because I can't spend all day there. But if I'm, like, doing it, like, with a friend, I'm streaming... Like, basically, if I'm hanging out with someone doing it, then suddenly the motivation, like, shifts from, I need to do this, I need to get it done, to, well, as long as we're having fun, then I don't care. And I had fun doing ranked Crystalline Conflict. Like, I would say that I didn't really get toxic in Crystalline Conflict. I don't think I get toxic in Frontline either. Like, I'll point out problems, but I don't, like, actually get angry about it. Because I'm just trying to have my own fun. I'm just trying to do the best I can for the team to win, and that's it. So doing Crystalline Conflict on stream is like... For me, it was like a cheat code, because it meant that while I was interested in doing my best, because that's more fun, if I lost... whatever... like, I still got what I wanted, even if I lose, as long as I had fun. And sometimes it's not fun to lose. Often, it's not fun to lose, to be perfectly honest. But if you don't focus too hard on setting a specific goal to progress, then it's probably fine. Nicholas says, what I hate the most in Final Fantasy XIV has to be the friends list taking forever to load. It takes like 0.9 seconds for every 10 friends you have, so you're incentivized to call it to reduce load times. Oh yeah, that's very relatable, Nicholas. You know how much I use my friends list? If I have to add someone to my party... then I hope that they either, 1, wrote in the chat, 2, are in my free company, because then I can just open my free company. I can't right now, because, you know, data center travel. Or I hope they're in a link shell with me, so I can just find them and just go bam, bam. And you may be wondering why that is. This is actually taking extra long because of material latency. But that really underlines my point, doesn't it? Dung 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 dung. Blep. And the worst part here is that once it has loaded everything, everyone who isn't in the who isn't originally from your world feels like they take longer to, like, get loaded. And the only way to check someone in particular is going, how about that person? Then you have to wait for them to query that specific person. Which means that the only thing that friend groups help for is to, like, filter so you can find the person you need to query for. But that has the effect that what I've mainly used friends lists for is like teleportation to someone's house or being able to identify them in the wild. Munya says at that point, in regards to the PvP stuff, many people did just swap to other forms of content. Having fun as groups in Crystalline Conflict or Frontline is more effort than treasure maps or random instance content, and that's true. That's also part of the problem with Crystalline Conflict. I'm pretty sure it still doesn't have a ranked team match mode. Like, it's still solo queue unless you do a custom match or something. Which is, on the one hand, ludicrous that they haven't gotten any further with that. But on the other hand, to be perfectly honest, do you think that it would pop? Hey Goda, hope you're doing well. My great big beginner guide. I don't think I made one of those. Not specifically that, but I have a lot of guides that are directed at new players. Whether you should... I'm glad you found my guides helpful, just the same. Thank you. In regards to your question, should you start with a healer or a tank? Both can be scary to start with. If you have experience with either from other MMOs... Oh, the tank guide. Ah. If you have experience with either from other MMOs, a big tip, just for you, is... It might not be the same. Like in other MMOs, there's less of an expectation for healers to attack. In other MMOs, tanks are sometimes a lot more focused on survival than actually attacking. And both tanks and healers are almost like damage dealers with extra. But they have simpler attack rotations to compensate. It depends on how... Like, I would say... It depends on what you think is more fun. If you think, like, Warrior, for example, looks really exciting to play for you, then go tank. Go for it. If you think healer is more your style, then just keep in mind that your only option to start is White Mage, and it'll take a bit before you have other options. And if you don't want White Mage, you need to play Arcanist up to level 30 to get Scholar, and you need to reach Heavensward, which is quite a journey to get Astrologian, and you need to reach level 70 and buy the game and expansions and stuff to actually get Sage. It's like, there are some limitations, but choose what you think looks more interesting. The best you can do is try your best as you, like, learn the job. Both healer and tank can be scary, because there are weird kinds of expectations, even for Sprouts sometimes, to just know what to do, and you can't possibly know what to do. Depends on the players. But if you're the kind of person who like look up guides and things like that, then you know that I have guides on tanks. I have like for Warrior, I have guides for how to tank better, tips for tanks, tips like things tanks shouldn't do, ways to run dungeons faster, which sort of like leans on what tanks can do, like all this stuff. So like there's plenty of options, at least on my end, to teach you all of these things. And some of it you can also learn by just like thinking about it and going, oh yeah, that does make sense. And if you listen to the players in your groups that say do this, do that, then there is a chance that you'll go the right way. If you, of course, don't just take it at face value. Sometimes people that are very vocal about giving you advice actually have no idea what they're talking about. Sonnen says, do you think there's a benefit to having more than the default 5 status effects shown in the party list? That depends on a lot of things. It depends on how many debuffs you need to see in a specific fight. I feel like if you get too many debuffs on the list, or like effects on the list, it can get overwhelming and you might not use it anyway. Usually the buffs and debuffs are like sorted in a way where you can find the important ones. But if you can't see it, remember that you can see more if you target someone, right? So like it depends on what you need. Also, see, Nicolas says you can rename the labels and groups in the editing tab to assign them the group. You can right click it and rename that group. Really? Where? Huh? What? We made it to Walcolado. The menu where you give someone a group. Oh. Wow, that's weird. That's not very well displayed. I didn't even know that. Let's see, Gleaming says, last night we did Ifrit Extreme for my Sprout friend without a guide. Did you know it's the one fight where they use a chain and that means you don't break it? Actually, I would say it's the first fight, but I'm also pretty sure it might be the first fight with a chain like that. In general. And also, the Savage version of E6S, which features Ifrit, also has that. Chains that you're not allowed to break or you die. And also has it, of course, because Ifrit features there. But yes, I did know that. Did you know you can beat Ifrit with 3 players? Synced? Extreme? Synced? Jonathan says, reminds me of a 4 a.m. says Tasha. I healed with 3 sprouts. I was being a bad healer and pulling things to the tank in order to speed things up. What would be the most common tip that is actually incorrect? For tanks, let's see. Save your cooldowns for the bosses. Those are the only things that matter. Incorrect. You don't need to worry about damage. Just hold aggro. Incorrect. Clemency is a good spell. You should spam it. TBN sucks. Don't worry about saving MP. Can I come up with others? Only pull 1 pack at a time. It's too dangerous if you pull more than 1. If someone pulls a pack for you, let them die. For healers... Oh, no, you don't have to attack. That's the DPS's job. Wrong. Cure 1 is a good spell. Nope. Physic is a good spell. Nope. Benefic is a good spell. Nope. Diagnosis is a good spell. Nah. Nope. Calm down, Novice Network. Oh yeah, also for healers, you only need to attack is also bad advice. Always keep your teammates' health fully topped up is also a weird one. But that one often goes hand in hand with, oh, you don't have to attack. Old Blue says, I've heard a mentor saying having less than 90% HP on a tank is a high risk. Warrior doesn't need healing. Please correct people who say this. That one is a weird one. Because warriors can sometimes get away with no help. Sometimes. But just assuming because someone is a warrior, they don't need healing is ridiculous. And I have indeed heard a lot of people like loudly exclaim that, oh, if my tank is a warrior, then I just don't heal them at all. And if they die as a result, then they're bad and should feel bad. And the reason why I think that's terrible is, first of all, because you queued as healer, didn't you? So heal. Like, do your job. And the warriors that don't need any healing are often really good. Like, really good. So just assuming because someone is a warrior they don't need healing is about the same as going... Oh! Our group is has a Pictomancer, so all bosses will die in short order because Pictomancer has a stupidly massive burst. Yeah, maybe if the Pictomancer is really good and well geared. And yeah, a good warrior, if you're in a group where you know the warrior's good, then you had then a tip that I could give there is as a healer, and of course this is like reaching like somewhat sweaty levels of optimization perhaps, like you don't need this to clear a dungeon, but if you want to optimize, then if your tank is good, your warrior tank is good, then you don't give them anything until they use Bloodwetting. They don't want anything. They want you to not give them anything until they use Bloodwetting. The moment Bloodwetting ends, then you give them something. You need to keep that warrior alive for like 15 to 17 seconds. Probably less, because once Bloodwetting is ready again, the warrior can just click Bloodwetting and fill up again. So like, really, you only need to help them for like 13 seconds. And when I say need to help them, I of course mean, while the warrior might be able to do this alone if they're really good, this might also like run them out of cooldowns, and they might not be able to do it twice. Like, they can do it on this pull, but then the next pull you have to do it because they can only do it once between bosses, possibly. Like, it depends on how well they manage their cooldowns. But the point is that if you want to help a good warrior, the best you can do is nothing until Bloodwetting is used. Like, actually, just don't help them until Bloodwetting is used. And then when Bloodwetting runs out, then you help them while Bloodwetting is down. And then they use Bloodwetting again. And you might be saying, how do I keep track of that? You see one of these buffs, like you target the tank, you see one of them. It doesn't even matter which one. This one is the important one, but when that one runs out, then you say 15 seconds from now. You could use focus target, yeah, but like, if you're a sage, you like, normally my advice has been like, when the tank reaches the destination, you go like Keracholi Haime or Keracholi Panhaime, like, you can do that, and then you can do something else 15 seconds later. But if your tank is a warrior and good, then what you can do instead is when the tank reaches their destination, you do nothing. Just straight up nothing. And then when you see Bloodwedding end, you go blam blam. And then you pretty much just can ignore the warrior until they use Bloodwedding again. They probably don't need more. Again, if they're good, they don't need more than that. They probably don't need this. But you don't need to hold it either. Like, you don't need to save it. So, like, you just make it easier for the warrior. And then when they use Bloodwedding again, good. The pack's probably dead by that point. And if it's not, well, then you can do this again. And yeah, also that warrior will also have Thrill of Battle and Equilibrium and Shake It Off. Like, they have cooldowns to heal themselves. So they have extra options to keep themselves up. And with Damnation in high-level dungeons, they might not need anything. Like, I've soloed all of the leveling dungeons in Dawntrail. Some of them, some of the mega pulls required me to kite a bit. But by the time I have to kite, is often by the time that the pack has taken so long that if I had had 2 DPS and a healer, the pack would have been dead. So, like, if you're really good as a warrior, you might not need a healer, but assuming that that the healer doesn't need to do anything is dangerous. A cute as green DPS. And exactly, not from Earth. If you actually reach the point where the warrior starts kiting, then the fight has taken so long that surely the healer noticed that something was up. Obama says, what do you think is the hardest boss to solo as warrior so far? Yeah, the hardest boss to solo would be Maul Skull. Definitely Maul Skull. The hardest pack to solo would probably be either the flying guys in the later parts of Vanguard, or the motorbike guys in the early parts of Vanguard, or the pack with bloodsuckers in Wargazorma. Like, those are kind of like the high ones. Like the worst packs, I would say. The rest are pretty manageable. I often have my heal on Discord chat, and he knows he needs to heal when I start screaming. Wow. Well, that is a system. Also, thank you, Erdal. That is true. Not exactly sure how it works, but it does seem to help to like streams while they're active. For the YouTube algorithm to understand that, oh, this is a good stream, I should direct more people to it. So the support is appreciated. Thank you. Munya says, I remember the second pack in Vanaspati being kind of scary back when it was relevant content. I would say it's still kind of, like, scary. Like, it's still a painful pull. It's the big floaty... It's the big floaty guys. I don't even know if they're guys, but... The big floaty things hurt a lot, and they're ranged. Like, they come to you, but they're ranged. Exactly, they look vaguely female. True. Speaking of Wargazorma, I do believe we have actually a clip today ready of soloing Wargazorma as not a warrior. On a different note, took like an hour to walk from Solution 9 to Warcolada, and if any of you are curious why I decided specifically Warcolada, last time we walked from... we walked from Living Memory out here, through here, up this way, here, through here, up this way, and here, and then round around to where we started today. I think that took, was it an hour and a half? Does anyone remember how long that one took? Hour and a bit? So I just decided to see if we could find a different edge to walk to. Like to test different ones, because I feel like we always get surprised with how far away things are. Like, if we look between these two edges, this Urkopacha is way closer. Like, it's just this alternative path that adds a zone. I don't think there's anything else we could have done to make the path any... Like, I think that's it. Are there more than, like, 3? Really? Like, there's, like, 4 edges? 5. I think, like, going all the way out here. I guess that's something we could have done. Like, go this way around, and then down this way. But I think that's shorter than Solution 9. Like, I think we have already found the longest path in Dawntrail. And I'm pretty sure that's shorter by a significant margin than the longest path in, like, in the rest of the game. Where do you go here? Oh, here's Charlian. So you could go, like, from Solution 9 to to the end of the universe. Next time around, walk from the Arcadian all the way to the Dome and Enclave. Oh, that's a good idea as well. Go like here, here, here. Oh, and then there's like here, sends you up here, and then, oh whoops, not that way, that way. And then all the way down here. I think that was actually the first walk we did, was from Gangos to the edge of the universe in Endwalker. No, wait. Yes. I think that was where we ended, and then we decided to add more, or was it, did we end at the Lovequests place, and then we went to the edge of the universe? Exactly, Green. The question is, the sad question is, does Dawntrail actually increase the longest path? Like, I'm pretty sure the longest path in Dawntrail, like, goes from there. And then, like, you go through here, but I don't think I can click on it. Whoops. And then you land in land out here. You go through all the way over here, out this way, and then you go down here. And then you're in Charlian. And there, from that point, you have 2 choices. And we already kind of know the longest path in Endwalker, I'm pretty sure. Or, well, before Dawntrail, our options are run all the way to the edge of the universe near base Omicron in Ultima Thule. Option 2 is walk to the very edge of Churning Mists, like up here, up past Zenith, like up here somewhere. Because this path is ridiculously long. And there's some zones on the way. The third option is go to the Lovequests place, where you have to go, let's see... Ferry dock. Ferry dock. Nope. Click that. From Limsa, you take an airship to here, and you walk up this way, take this to East Shroud, down here to the Fringes, this way to the Peaks, this way the Locks, this way through to Garlemald, and then all the way up here to there, and then you have to actually walk all the way over here and take the dog to over here and then walk up here. Like, those are like the 3 edges of the world before Dawntrail, and Living Memory offers like a 4th one, I would say. And now the question is which one is longest, but I did want to explore a little bit more Dawntrail specific paths before just concluding that. But it does seem like Living Memory is the furthest out. Young Lucas says, how do you feel about the ease of use of Viper's disengage tools like Uncoiled Fury compared to Ninja? Isn't Viper too easy? Should other melees get more tools? The fact that Viper has no defensive utility whatsoever justifies that at least they have that. So I don't think that's a problem. But it is very convenient for Viper to have this. And those that don't know what this is about, if a boss has like 10 seconds where it isn't safe to be in melee range, a melee is almost certainly going to run out of things to do. But Viper can just stockpile rattling coils and then just throw 3 of them. That takes 9 seconds on its own, and depending on how it lines up with Serpent's Ire, you can do a 4th one. So like, Viper can stay out of range for a really long time and lose nothing. Yeah, exactly, Agent Monica. That was kind of like the path that I was also thinking. That would be the path. But the thing is, what I realized, Agent Monica, is that the first time I made a walk and talk, which was April 1st, by the way, I specifically compared paths in all of the game. And the way I compared paths was that I counted the amount of zone changes that it took. But on the second go, like, the second time we did a walk and talk, I tried a path that had less zones. I believe that was when we tested Churning Mists. It had less zones, but was either equally as long or slightly longer, because it turns out that what zone it is and how you traverse it is extremely important. Like Churning Mists, Yanxia, Old Smathul, like these zones can take 20 minutes on their own, if not 30 minutes to traverse. So sometimes the exact zone matters. And that is also the reason why I'm like, if we were to go to the Dome and Enclave, Yanxia would probably be the biggest part of the journey, because it's weirdly long. But yeah, I don't have a problem with Uncoiled Fury. I think it's like one of the selling points of Viper. With that said, should we... well, first of all, we can probably... well, we can... whoops. Like so. And this. I have a problem with Uncoiled Fury's Piercing Talon. I don't understand, Taldemar. Piercing Talon is a Dragoon action. How is that a problem with Uncoiled Fury? But yeah, with that said, I have some... you've sent me some clips. I have clips from Viech, Gassel, Emir, Shaq, Cyanide, and Cat. So if you are in the chat, do make your presence known. I see Gassel is here. I saw Cat earlier. I would still like a refresher in case anyone left. Oh, you're jealous? That's fair, Taldemar. Naviak, hope you're doing well. Let me just check the lengths of the various clips. VX isn't too long. We'll start with that one. Philippe says, I recently decided to level my ninja, and when I went to check the guide after hitting 80 and I wasn't too far off of the rotation. Yeah, the thing is, those things, I don't think it matters too much. Like, there's a bunch of different ways to go about the rotation. And as long as you get most of the big valuable buttons in, then you're probably fine. Then, you know, there's slight optimization, right? Maybe, Luca, maybe they'll give Ninja something else. At least Ninja is like second or third in having options to being far away as a melee. How long do you all think it'll take before they change Paladin and Warrior get closer to be in line with the other tanks? I think it'll require them to have more OGCDs. I don't think your clip was super long, Cat. 15 minutes? Like, I saw you had soloed and I was like, oh, that's like an hour-long clip, right? But yeah, we can start with Viech. Viech said, let's see, there were 2 players clearing Memoria Misera Extreme on a whim. Like, just randomly. Which I actually think is very interesting, because me personally, like, right at the start of Endwalker, actually, I remember joining, like, a party finder group to do Memoria Misera unsynced, and, well, it's an it's one expansion old, how hard can it be? Very hard, it turns out. We immediately wiped, like, 2 or 3 times, and then people left because they recognized that some people in the group didn't know how the fight went, and they weren't going to try and teach anyone. Which is fair. Right? Like, they weren't hired to babysit. That's only fair. But 1 expansion later, you can do it with 2. So let's see that. There's sound. Let me just take my sound. The damage numbers, I don't know if they've always been this big in your clips, Viek, but wow, they're big. Oh, because you're 2, there's only 2 lines. That's very nice. That's very, very convenient. That particular mechanic was also... Wow, 5 Vuln stacks? That particular mechanic was also what caused so many problems when we tried in Endwalker, because you have to bait them, and people just standing, like, whatever places. How do you get this specific raid? You have to... This specific encounter, you have to clear the Ivalice Alliance Raid series, then you have to unlock Boja, and in the journey of doing so, you will eventually get this. You'll do it as a normal with NPCs, and then you can unlock the extreme version, which is with players. Well, that is an interesting interesting solution. Wait a minute. Oh, that is interesting. So I think this, for those of you that saw Extreme Countdown, Bismarck and Ravana, I think the thing that is happening here is the same thing that happened there, where we got Milo to survive basically a tank buster by shielding the first hit, so the second hit didn't have physical vuln. And Viek here has a big barrier here and big damage reduction. So the first hit, 0 damage. Wait, it does say vulnerability up, so does that mean you just survive it? Oh, it's straight up, no barrier cheese. It's just straight up you have so much damage reduction and health that you can just live it. That is also impressive. Hit trauma dump special. Yeah. Also, very sad we don't have a gun shield. UGP, when do we get gun shield job? You're already 60%. And more lines. And another line? I can't remember how that one goes. That doesn't look intended. I specifically remember hearing Yoshi P saying that they were toying with the idea of a job that uses shields. Like 2 shields. And if I recall it correctly, the story there was they can absolutely come up with ideas for like defensive cooldowns for a job like that. But when they get to the attack rotation, they just draw a blank. Which I understand. Like, I could come up with a rotation, probably. A good one. Do you not need both players on that? Attacking with 2 shields is a strange idea. It is, Banry, but what if they were gun shields? Isn't it basically Return? Yes! Yes! Did the walk start? Yeah, we actually reached our destination. We are at Walcolado. Like maybe like a ranged tank. The thing is, like, I'm not even, like, thinking, oh, the gun shield has to be ranged. Like, it doesn't have to be like that, but that would also be unique, right? This is something we've talked about before. How would a ranged tank work? Well, it would have the capacity to be ranged, like a paladin. Like a paladin. But just as, like, a core feature. Rather than something that paladin, like, grows into. And uses as a burst thing. And what would it do? Who knows? But how about a gun shield healer? Isn't that just Sage? And yeah, you're probably right, Bondi. It would probably have a 1-2-3 combo with a couple of OGCDs and a 60-second cooldown that allows for a brief high damage combo. And then, like, depending on how they're feeling that day, it might generate resources in some way or another. Oh, wow. Would it be an off-tank then? Doesn't have to. Just because it's ranged doesn't mean that it is necessarily better as an off-tank. For kiting, you could. Like, that could be a thing. And it is an interesting solution that you just used cover and then somehow survived every time there was a stack marker. Did it take multiple tries? It looks like it did. But I guess it took multiple tries to realize you had to do that to make it work. The idea of a ranged tank does remind me of doing Savages as a blue mage. See, the thing is, the reason why I'm completely like, oh yeah, ranged tank would be awesome, is because I played Wildstar. I didn't reach max level, but Engineer, I believe it's called Engineer, was a ranged tank. It was also, as far as I know, the best tank But that's besides the point. It just had ranged attacks. Like, not necessarily like the full max ranged attack, but they had ranged attacks. Like, the reason why it often breaks when people hear ranged tank is because they think, ranged tank, so I have to be at range. And to that I say, Booksmacks? Booksmacks. Everyone wants to be in melee range, unless they have a reason to be in range, not in melee range. So a ranged tank would simply have the benefit of being able to go wherever it is most convenient. Which means that if you want the tank to be somewhere, you can just stand there. Like, for instance, pulling a boss in a savage fight. You might want to pull the boss, like, you pull it to the center, but slightly past the center so that you can then turn the boss to face north. But because the boss is already slightly south, when the boss eventually goes, oh, I'm going to move to the center, they just move forward. So you pull the boss past the center, turn them around, and then when the boss decides to move to the center, they don't turn. For a melee tank, you may feel like you have to hurry a bit because, like, you have to pull the boss forward, but you also have to get in range for your next GCD. A ranged tank can just stand exactly where they need to be to get the boss into the exact position they need it to be, and once that's done, they just walk through the boss and stand where they need to be and just shoot from there. Oh, in melee range, whatever. Don't care. And yeah, you could also have a pet tank in that way. Like, you will just have to make sure the pet is where it needs to be. Physical range doesn't have a reason to be in melee range. Their autos are also ranged. They have a reason to be in melee range. They have less reason to be in melee range because healers have gotten ludicrous range on their healing AoE. But let me put it like this, Yassel. The reason the ranged have to not be in melee range is the alternatives being in Narnia. And I'm sure you also get annoyed when the ranged physical job doesn't get hit by your rate, like by your AoE healing, because they're in Narnia. Titan Eggy used to be capable of tanking, but very few encounters it could legitimately tank, as far as I know, because, well, it doesn't have a taunt, so it didn't hold enmity that well. And it's a pet, it's not that tanky. It's tankier than the summoner, or it was. But a real tank would be tankier, so it was usually like clever use of game mechanics that allowed it to tank in some way or another. But yeah, like pet tank, range tank, like that's the thing. That is what I usually say whenever like people are like, what kind of job would you add? Like, if I were to add a tank, I would like it to be something unique, and the most unique thing we could add at this point would be a proper range tank, proper pet tank. And when I say proper, it's of course because, well, Dark Knight is a pet tank because they have a pet and they're a tank. And the Paladin is a range tank because, well, they're magic burst, which is fair. I would imagine that, as someone suggested, range tank, but their burst is melee range or something. Like, that wouldn't shock me at all. Like, stuff like that. If I were to make a healer, I would probably also go, well, it should probably be, like, it would be really cool if we had a melee healer or something. It doesn't have to be that it has to be in melee range, but give it a lot more reason to be close than the other healers. And just, I don't know, give it a cooldown or something so that it can temporarily step out, because given how boss fights are designed in Final Fantasy XIV, that's basically necessary. Like, it has to have that to function. But like, those are the kind of things that I would like to see. Is jobs that are in like a rather unique position, like playstyle wise compared to other jobs. And given how similar a lot of jobs are, it may require something more than, oh, they have a unique rotation for it to really feel unique. Wouldn't a range tank be superior to other current tanks? In what way? There will be times where you can see that a fight would clearly not be reasonably balanced for it. For example, fun fact, during the hard phases, the beats in M2S with Honeybee, if you're out of melee range, she doesn't auto-attack you. For Paladin, that is extremely interesting information, because you could just step out during your magic burst, right? For ranged tank, it sounds like M2S will need, like, to be revised to shoot if you're out of range. Like, that's how broken that would be. Like, they would actually, if they added a legitimate range tank, they would probably have to go back and check if all bosses in the game can deal with that. Because otherwise, they would be immensely overpowered. More than they already are. But overall, the main advantage a range tank would have would simply be they have an extremely strong advantage in positioning and placement. And sometimes slightly better uptime than any other tank. Slightly. But Paladin already has that particular advantage of slightly better uptime sometimes. Sometimes. And that doesn't seem to make a huge spike anywhere, does it? So it's probably fine. Viek, I specifically noticed that in Savage. So nope. If she's standing with her feet well, she doesn't actually plant them, but if she's standing in the center and not planning to follow you, if you step out of her melee range, she'll just look at you like you're an idiot. And that's also a good point, Bondi. They would probably not mind if old content broke as a result. But I'm just saying, I think it could work. I think it could be interesting. And like, I think the same about a pet tank. Although I can understand that as long as pets are still a little janky, might not be the best choice. There's also the part that I don't know how many players care about a pet tank. I care. I think it would be awesome. I thought some of the most fun stuff I've done in World of Warcraft has been, like, leveling a warlock by soloing dungeons. Partly by using a Voidwalker, right? Throw my pet tank at the problem. A particularly funny one I remember was a boss that could out-damage my healing on the Voidwalker, and I could hardly do very much damage in time, but I discovered that if I just resummoned the Voidwalker, I could actually, like, just cycle pets. Have the Voidwalker, like, punch it, like, 3 times while I use my wand, and then I summon another Voidwalker before it dies. Like, just imagine that. Like, a summoner just summons Titan Eggy. Titan Eggy goes up, grabs aggro, and then it, like, smacks, like, 3 times, and then you see the summoner start summoning another one. All those soul shards, though. Yeah, well, I believe it was in Cataclysm, so you didn't have to hold those soul shards in the bag anymore. A pet tank could be another Arcanist offshoot, which would be exceedingly funny to me. I can't imagine they would ever be adding another one to Arcanist. Kuma, the thing you have to do is, so you have the game open. You go to the main menu, you choose Data Center. I'm pretty sure it also says this if you read the error that you get. Go all the way out to the main menu, click Data Center, choose Materia over an OCE. Go to it, see that the character screen is empty. Like, look at it and go, yes, this is indeed empty. Then you go back out to the main menu, Data Center, choose your home data center, log in, choose your character, Data Center travel. And I'm almost 100% sure that the error message actually said that. I'm pretty sure they changed it to say this in Dawntrail. I'm pretty sure it said something weird back in late Endwalker. I don't know. It's something like they need to set up some data beforehand, otherwise it doesn't work. It's really weird. Anyway, nicely done, Viek. We could do Gazel next. Gazel is here. You see my notes. Advice on the first boss. Try to use Ether Pact, but end up using Excog a lot. Not to mention a lot of Ruin 2s. So mainly on the first boss? Should we jump to that? Or is there some... Maybe the first pull is pretty interesting, I guess, based on what we saw with Girahim last time? And there's no sound on Gazel's clip. So we'll just have our game. There's something about this pull that has a tendency to really sneak up on people. Milos is also level 99 dungeon, spoiler warning. That's true. That's a good point. Sorry, I could have mentioned that. I'm getting closer and closer to the point where I'm like, I keep forgetting that these dungeons are quote-unquote new. But yeah, this is the level 99 dungeon. Out of context, you could say. With all of the dialogue in Japanese. Well, it looks like the warrior has things under control. So... Bruh. Am I allowed to log in again? Are you going to crash me again? It's always fun when you get disconnected from materia. Well, I guess I don't have to be in game. We can fix that afterwards. Did the whole thing go down? I think everyone else stayed in. Otherwise, I think we had heard more of a scream of terror. I'll get into the game. It's okay. Thank you, Old Blue. A catch we are on OCE. We're on materia so that everyone can hang out. And I don't know why, but this just sometimes happens when I'm on OCE. No! Why did it put me in instance 2? I'll teleport to Vorla's Echo, and then we can hang out over there. I'll hop to instance 1. Bam 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 bam. Meow. Yeah, we are on Ravana Materia in Urkapacha, right here, instance 1. Right, back to this. So, the reason why I want to rewind to this point is exactly because this was something I was talking about earlier in regards to warriors. So if you assume, if like I saw, like now I looked ahead, this warrior seems that they might know what they're doing. Might. So if we assume the warrior knows what they're doing, then you don't have to do that. You don't have to put down Sacred Soil. Because the warrior is going to use Bloodwedding anyway. You could hold Sacred Soil until the warrior's Bloodwedding ends. Warrior used Bloodwedding now. They might have used it because they concluded they weren't going to be allowed to use it anyway. Who knows? Maybe they used it in rotation. I can't see if they're using another defensive cooldown though. They have used Damnation now. There's a few seconds of empty air there. An Excog is slowly ticking. And Bloodwedding came out again. Used, I think, on cooldown. But yeah, this wasn't to say, ah, man, Gazel, you ruined it. You shouldn't have done that. It was more to say, in relation to where, like what I was talking about before, in regards to like optimizing your cooldown usage around the warrior, is you see Bloodwedding there. If we assume that the warrior knows what they're doing. Now you use Sacred Soil. This is the first pull, so that would have been incredibly dangerous if the warrior didn't know what they were doing. Because if they didn't know what they were doing, what would have happened instead is that you would have been like, okay, he's down to 80% HP. He's down to 60%. Surely he'll use Bloodwedding soon. Then you see your Excog pop and you're like, okay, then I guess he'll use Bloodwedding after that. Then he goes back down to 70%. Then he goes to 50%. Then he goes to 30%. And then you go, oh! Throw everything at him because turns out he was not reliable. So, like, the first pull is probably dangerous to just assume everything will be fine. If you don't know the tank. But it was more to highlight this is how you can play around a good warrior. There's of course also the possibilities because you're specifically a scholar that you could have also just gone, nah, it's a warrior, he'll probably figure it out. I can use my pet actions. I will use energy drain. And that's final. Hey Thomas, thank you so much. And I'm glad to hear that. That's awesome. But yeah, I could imagine. Are there any of the AoE pulls you would like me to check in particular, Gazel? Or do you feel like it makes more sense to look at the first boss that you mentioned? Ah, yes, the single pack. Go to the first boss. Alright. Oh, there he is. That's quick. Good barrier up. You'll probably not need the recitation for anything else, so that makes sense. There's the raid wide, right? Yep, 0 damage. They also had Shake It Off and Magic Barrier for that. So, one thing you mentioned was feeling like you used Ruin 2 a lot. I'm pretty sure that you don't have to run further than this. And if you do, then you can like slide cast in time when the telegraph appears. But you don't have to go further than this. Which means that you could probably just have used Broil. There, it makes a lot more sense that you were a lot more cautious because you had a long way to run. And I can also see that you kinda figured out how far you had to go after the first time, because you're doing the same here. Sort of. I actually want to comment on this. Catch as I will go back to Caetsu's videos when I need a refresh on a class. Yesterday, like last night, I saw I can't remember the context of the Reddit post itself, but I saw someone that said that recommended my guide specifically. They said that they found my guide so amazingly good for like learning a job as you level it, that they said it almost felt gross to level a job without a guide from me specifically. I thought that was very sweet. I don't know if that's any of you in the chat, but I thought that was very nice. I do sometimes go on Reddit and like try to search for my own name to see if anyone's talking about me. Thank you, Sonnen. But I am working on getting all job guides out. It just takes a while. I'm glad to hear that, Catch. Thank you. But yeah, I don't know, like, in regards to the name. I just remember the message. Coming soon, Gianluca. Coming very soon. For the monk one. But I'm working on it. I've just also reached the point where I'm like trying to work on other videos as well on top. Oh, he almost sniped you there. Does it splash further the second time? I feel like it didn't reach that far the first time that mechanic came up. Uh-oh. Ooh, that was close. I imagine that there was some panic here. But I would probably say, like, you have 2 Vuln stacks here. You probably need to be topped up. Like, that is how I would have looked at it. Is you should probably use protraction on yourself, but it worked out. I don't really have much to say. Like, I think the main thing, like, we should probably view through this this part of the clip again. I think would be a good idea. Catch, I'm surprised you can stream as much as you do, make guides and videos all at once while still working your job and all that. Actually, Catch, this is my job at this point. Now, that doesn't exactly pay all of the bills at the moment, but hopefully. But essentially this is my job. That is how I have time to do all that. But it does take a lot of time. That is the thing. Yeah, that does clear up some things, doesn't it? My job is to teach all of you, give you a wonderful time, and hopefully you have a good time and you feel like you learned something, essentially. And whatever else I can come up with, I guess, that you find entertaining. And thank you, Kuma. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, exactly, Gianluca. Part of the reason why it takes time to make those guides is also because I realized... I feel like the first few guides I put out in Dawntrail, some of them felt a bit too rushed. Like, there's a particular mistake in the... starter Pictomancer guide, where I say that Holy in white is a damage loss to use. which is true at level 90, but not at level 80. I've sort of accepted on my own end that it's probably fine, because then you don't learn a bad habit. Like, before you reach level 90. But, like, that's something that I could have researched better. Like, I could have looked into that a little bit better, and I just didn't, because it was, like, maybe a bit too fast on the trigger there. So that's why, like, I try to focus on, like, about one job guide. Like, one job per week, so that I don't rush too hard and then miss something crucial. And thank you, Sonnen. And yeah, that is also the thing, not from Earth, is that what happens right here, I think, just about. I was lucky. Here, I was unlucky. Here, you're fine. And then at this point, this is like, as far as I can see, right around like here, I feel like what's happening is Gazel just going, well, I'm not making it over there, so I guess I'll see if I can find a safe spot here. Don't find one. Not one in range. And then instead of, like, running more than necessary, just take it. I was very lucky that you survived. But I can see why you would be most interested to hear about this boss, because the two other bosses don't feel like they, like, demand nearly as much of you. In terms of movement, especially, and that matters a lot for a healer, of course. Bondi says, using Holy and White at level 100 for optimal damage alignment is my hill I'm dying on this expansion. That can be worth it sometimes. Like, I could absolutely see that. Simply because the damage loss is reasonably small. So if you can somehow use that Holy and White to adjust your rotation so you get a gain somewhere else, then I could see it. It's just really hard to spreadsheet that. Because ultimately, each Holy and White you use means one less cast of something else, and it boils down to what are you losing for that Holy and White? It's a loss on FF logs damage, but a gain in actually killing the boss damage. Well, that doesn't fully make sense. That doesn't fully make sense. Because, like, that's suggesting that it's a loss on padding, but a gain in actual DPS that matters, which I'm not entirely in agreement with. The reason why, for those that are like don't know, and also enjoy your days on it. Thank you for coming. It's really easy to spreadsheet it. Fair enough. I think the reason why I say it's a little hard to spreadsheet it is because you would have to write out the rotation. And then when you use Holy and White, you of course push everything else one step down. And if you don't already have a spreadsheet of the entire rotation in a fight, then you have to make one first. And I haven't made one, so like from that argument, it would take a while, which means that it is time consuming for me. But that is the thing from my perspective, is that Holy and White cast you do essentially means that you take everything else after that Holy and White and push it 2.5 seconds later. And then you see at the bottom, whatever gets pushed out at the bottom, like if you know that the clear time is 9 minutes, for example, everything that goes past the 9th minute just goes gone. And each Holy and White you add throughout, pushes more stuff out. And then the question is whether whatever gains this gives you outweighs any losses on the other end. And this is, like, really awkward. At least to me. And also really difficult to explain in a teaching environment. Because it's like, oh yeah, so welcome, new Pictomancer. Listen, when should you use Holy and White? Well, here's the thing. It can be worth it unless in 4 minutes it means that you lose a cast of Comet in Black. In 4 minutes? I don't know. Well, then you don't know. Say, Perrin, hope you're doing well. Right, let's take it from the top with this fight again. Let me see if I can focus on a few other things. We have the barrier first, which is good. And you also use protraction to make it bigger. And we have shake it off and magic barrier. So this attack basically does nothing to everyone, which is nice. I don't think you need that recitation in the first minute, so who cares, right? And this doesn't do anything. A really random thing. Like a really random thing is that I'm pretty sure as a healer that it doesn't matter whether you slide here or there. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I don't think you have to run down there. Just a thought. I'm pretty sure it doesn't matter. But I can see the feeling of going, well, I have to get down behind the boss. But just generally, I feel like this movement is really good. Zab says it doesn't matter. Well, there you go. That could maybe save something. So you don't have to do that huge movement right at the start. If we focus on that again, then. Boss moves over there. You use Broil. You move forward. You cast Ruin 2. I think. And then you cast Broil. You didn't have to cast that Ruin 2 because you stayed out. That would have been fine. And you cast Broil. What you have of options here is you have... You have Sprint, and you have Expedient, and you have Swift Cast. Yeah, exactly, guys. I had a feeling that was the reason why you do it. But you have Sprint, Expedient, and Swift Cast. So what you can do is, like, I think this movement of, like, moving towards right under the boss after each AoE puts you in the best position to move when the next AoE happens. It's like, that's a pretty good one, like, as a default. What you could do, though, is... Yeah, sorry, it's a little hard to find the exact spot that I actually wanted to see. But yeah, there you didn't have to use Ruin 2. Here, you could Swift cast Broil instead of Ruin 2. Although you didn't have to do that either. And you still have Swift casts, Sprint, and Expedient. It's like, that's one thing you could consider for the Ruin thing, is that you could have used Swift cast. And the only reason why I'm going, you could have used Swift cast, is because Swift cast has a 40-second cooldown. You'd probably not miss it. Like, that would also be an optimal time to refresh Biolysis if it lined up conveniently. And then we have the mechanic again. So yeah, I still say, I think it's actually really good to aim to be like right under the boss so that you minimize the amount of running you may have to do. And the advice that I'm giving, that I gave the first time, still applies here the second time. That having Swift Cast, Sprint, and Expedient means that you could use those. Although, I guess if I was in your shoes here, I would probably have gone, alright, so I should probably use Adloquium on myself now. The warrior also actually used Bloodwetting on you. But your greed paid off. You also used Ether Pact. So that's good. I'm sure the 40-second cooldown will mean it's fine. Smash cut to the rest of the party dying 15 seconds later. Well, I mean... Then you hard cast rest on the red mage and hope it works out before the boss kills you. I think overall this was fine. You got like caught in a bad spot. That can happen to anyone. Overall it went fine, but there's of course always room to do even better. Let me just see. Nicola says it's like teaching that red mage Jolt 3 is better if you don't lose a melee combo from lost uses of the stone. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, it's the level 84 to 93, the stone, the fire discussion. It's easier to just say, look, Jolt is better in this level range. Instead of going through that whole explanation of going, well, if this very specific situation plays out, it's worth it. But that probably doesn't happen, so... Apparently, it's actually a similar question that we get regularly for summoners. Whether it's better to use an additional Rune 3 at the start to better align Solar Bahamut into raid buffs. And the answer 99% of the time is that it's just bad. Except for the 1% of the time where that extra Rune 3 is replacing the final Rune 3 of a loop before the boss is killed. That is interesting. That is interesting. Wait, so does that mean that people just instantly Bahamut now? I haven't looked deep into Summoner yet. For max level. Do people just Solar Bahamut off the rip immediately? Is that optimal? But yeah, the thing is, Solicization, in this level range, you'd rather use Ruin 2 than Art of War on a single target. Dominus Nox says, I just did a guild test. It truly is as interesting as you make it seem in your mentor-led videos. Yeah, enemy parties. A lot of stuff happens, right? It's pretty crazy. And hey, Shaq. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, Solicization, for some reason, in the level range 84 to 93, Jolt 3 does 20 more potency than the Stone and the Fire. And the Stone and the Fire generates 1 more mana than Jolt 3. So you have to ask yourself, is 1 mana worth 20 potency? And I'm pretty sure when I looked over it that the answer is kinda yes. Kinda yes, but not really. Maybe yes. But the problem is, the reason why it's kinda yes is because usually it's not 1 mana it's not about 1 out of 100 mana. It's usually like, well, if you just had 10 more mana, you could get an extra melee combo. But it's so rare that it actually lines up so that that would matter, that people have just gone, it doesn't matter. Just use Jolt 3. Searing Light is on the 3rd GCD, so folks argue that if it was delayed 1 more GCD, then you'd get another Umbral Impulse into buffs. They shouldn't just instantly be popping Bahamut. Pre-pull Rune 3 into solo should be the norm. Should. So, so that's what you mean. Are you suggesting an extra Rune 3 after that? Is that what you're talking about, Perrin? So like precast Rune 3 into Rune 3 into Solar Bahamut is what people are starting to talk about. But it's not worth it, except that 1% of the time where it is worth it. Is that what we're talking about? Yeah, overall, Gazelle, I think this went pretty well. Like, based on what you said, I got the impression that it was worse. Like, you had a few Ruin 2s where it could have been a broil, I think. But other than that, I think this went fine. Is there any other points that you'd like me to check? Oh. Or is it like, well, that first pull was the big thing? Pretty funny that the greed need paths are all in caps lock. Well, in fairness, Philippe, that's because, well, I believe in Japan, those are more like gamer terms, right? It's like, level up! Attack up! And then the West decided to use them too. Okay, then I get it, Perrin. That does sound strange. But yeah, that does sound like a case of, well, it's sometimes good. I don't quite understand what you mean there, Solization, because level 84 to 93, well, it was added in Dawntrail. This particular upgrade that made things weird. The rest of the dungeon went quite boring because the tank was a warrior. Fair. 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 That reminds me of when I made the shorts back in Endwalker on how to heal as each healer in a dungeon. To like match with my like rotation shorts. And then specifically the Astrologian one had a warrior tank, which meant that like 50% of the comments was like, Lamau, you don't need half of this. It's a warrior tank. I'm like, it's a demonstration. The tank could have been a shoe for all I care. Oh, Koma's here as well. Well, yeah, the thing that started that conversation, I don't know if you joined in the middle of it, Kylan, but the thing that started it was we talked about briefly about Holy and White, and Bondi says there's a thing with Holy and White and aligning your burst to be perfect that can make it worthwhile at max level. Coming in 8.0, the new tank. Shoo. And precisely, Bondi, that is exactly the problem with Jolt 3 versus the Fire, the Stone in that level range is, while the Stone and the Fire gives 1 more mana, you only gain value from that investment when you hit 50-50. So, a shoe does need a heal, yes. That's a good one, Ardell. Yeah, exactly, that is the problem, is that you have, like, when you cast out the Fire or the Stone, you have to go like, well, in 8 minutes, I'll hit 50-50 before the boss dies, or something. I will free you from the heal. What you're saying is having a warrior tank is good for engagement on healing guides. Hard to say. On the shorts, the funny thing is that that I'm reasonably confident that if my tank had not been a warrior, they would have just, like, those people that commented that would have just had gotten a different reason to be annoying. Right. We could also check Cat's clip next. So Cat's clip is, we talked about soloing Dawntrail dungeons, and I've been going through soloing the stuff with Warrior specifically because Warrior is the strongest of the 4 tanks at soloing stuff. Just in general, turns out healing yourself a lot is very helpful when you don't bring a healer or DPS. So, like, when I do it with Warrior, it's basically like saying, someone can do it. Bondi. Internet meta is say something wrong so that people correct it. Because it gives, you know, engagement metrics. Just in general on the internet. Being wrong on the internet is the most effective way to learn what is right. New healer and the first ever fighting Disciple of the Hand, Cobbler. But yeah, so the story here is that Cat then went, which tank... I don't know if we actually went with that. Like, obviously, Dark Knight would have the hardest time. But we went with... Cat then went with Paladin and then said which dungeon among the Dawntrail dungeons would be the hardest to solo. And among all of them, the hardest boss, in my opinion, is Maul Skull. But the rest of Skydeep Shinobi is not that hard. Like, the rest of it is not that hard. And the hardest packs, I would say the Bloodsuckers and Walker-Zorma are stronger than the hard packs in Vanguard. Specifically because the strong packs in... Yeah, Maul Skull is the Titan one. The strong packs in Vanguard are easily dealt with by splitting them up in two. Then they're not that bad. But the Bloodsuckers are one pack. Like, it's one pack that is, like, demonic. Ludicrous in difficulty for a single player. And you can't split them. Like, you can try and kill one, but, like, you can't split them. Whereas with the Vanguard stuff, the danger usually shows up by there being two packs, and if you pull two of them, it's too much. One is fine. So, by virtue of that, Walker-Zorma has the hardest pack, I would say, in Dawntrail. And the final boss in Walker-Zorma is no slouch either. So, that would make Walker-Zorma probably the best pick to test whether a tank is capable of soloing like dungeons in Dawntrail. Freaky is the most important trait for White Mage. Oh man. Let's see. I see Cat added some notes. As you can see, bias is very high above me, so far up I can't use Expiation on it. What? He's also outside the range of my auto attacks. You can tell by the oath gauge not going up. That is weird. Oh, when you're standing down there. Oh yeah, I see, that is the weirdest thing. There was like a whole moment where it looked like Cat was like spamming Expiation and nothing was happening. Anyways, during my first attempt, I quickly figured out wall-to-wall pulling was too much, so mobs had to be fought one pack at a time. This is how almost all of them played out. A long fight where I'm in little to no danger. Good thing there isn't 12 of them. Are there not 12 of them? I'll help. I'll also do a double speed. So for this is something that actually comes up a lot when I'm soloing the dungeons, is when I'm doing it with warriors. Are you doing it with warrior because only warrior can do it, or can other tanks or jobs also do it? And my answer is usually, well, warrior does it best. Oh wow, okay, you just teleported to the boss. It's warrior does it best, and as you can see, I'm pretty sure it took me just about the same amount of time as that, maybe a little bit longer, to clear both packs on warrior. And that's not because Paladin's AoE is bad. I'm pretty sure Paladin's AoE is better than warriors. The problem is that warrior's the one among them that has the self-sustain to actually do it on 2 packs. So by simply cutting 1 pack short by cleaving all of it, that helps so much. The new pet tank, the Cobbler. See, first boss was the easiest by far. It has long telegraphs that are easy to dodge. Yep. Loads of auto attack downtime. Yep. Not a single dangerous mechanic. My guy didn't even bring a tank buster. Yep. That sounds about right. That's a classic. The biggest mistake a boss can do when you're soloing it is wasting time on something you can dodge. You can dodge that. So the boss is... Right now the boss is standing there doing nothing. Straight up nothing. Now he's auto-attacking. Now it's doing nothing. Now he's auto-attacking again. And now he's wasting, like, he's not entirely wasting time because he also cost some uptime for Cat there. Now he's doing nothing again. Oh boy. A tip, by the way, that this is something that I do myself, is if the editing software you're using has it, add like a black outline around the text. Makes it a lot easier to read. You can also add a shadow to it, but like, I feel like it vastly increases the rendering time when you do that. But like the black outline usually doesn't cost much. You don't have to. But it's just like a tip. If you're going to use a lot of text, it makes it easier to read, especially if it ends up with white on white. This arena is called Campgrounds for a reason. Hey Moose, hope you're doing well. And hey, if you think it's fun to solo stuff, go for it. Bloodsuckers were an issue. Here's what I did wrong. The closest Paladin can come to Gunbreaker 1-2 is AoE 1-2 Holy Spirit. Oh, right. It's a lot worse, though, both in damage and healing. It's also MP neutral, which isn't a problem. Unless you need Clemency. If you use MP on anything besides 1-2 Holy Spirit, it's gone forever. If you can use Expiation, that gives a little bit of MP every 30 seconds, but yeah, other than that, correct. Oh, man. That's a lot of kiting required. A good choice, by the way, to try and single target one of them as best you can. The reason why, so some of you might be sitting there saying, what? Isn't it Riot Blade? But the reason why using the AoE combo instead, did they buff the MP generation of Prominence? I'm pretty sure it was 500 in Endwalker. Oh, man. Ah. I didn't see that the text changed. Sorry. This meant my single target damage was really bad. I also used my cooldown badly, so when I was out of defensive options, both Bloodsuckers were still very much alive. Paladin need Oath Gauge and MP Regen to survive. Running away mostly just delays the inevitable. Yeah. But the reason why Prominence is the better choice for just survival in that situation is it has slightly more range than your single target options, I think. And because the 1-2 combo both gives you MP and a Divine Might, you can spend the Divine Might with Holy Spirit, whereas with Riot Blade, you only get the MP. And exactly, because Holy Spirit heals. Second Assembly does a lot more single target foes and goes pretty well. Yeah, that is also a thing, is that if you have the access to do it, actually doing proper combos also gives you MP. It's just, it's not exactly as effective as that weird shenanigans with Prominence. Yeah, this is the thing. I think I talked about this when I did this duty as well, is that I was way more interested in just killing one of the Bloodsuckers, because if you can kill one, just one, then it doesn't matter that you die. Like, then the single one can kill you, whatever, you already won. Did you use low blow much? Like, low blow could have helped. Oh, you are using low blow, okay. Yeah, low blow can help a lot. But a case in point, at this point, you've already made progress. It doesn't matter. Well, it does matter a little bit, but you could die here and be okay, because you know you can kill one Bloodsucker alone, because you killed one with a buddy just smacking you. And unlike Warrior, the presence of the second Bloodsucker doesn't represent healing for you as a Paladin. the easiest way is to add semi-transparent black rectangles. Maybe. That's something some people do. I was a bit worried about Bird and his stack markers. Turns out there was only one. Oh yeah, that's true. He just does... It's the classic where the boss does a mechanic once. And then just never again. It's a little sad when they do that. But this is exactly the reason, is that the reason why a trash pack that is dangerous is almost more scary than a boss is because the boss is really predictable. And it ends up being a lot more about being consistent for a while, whereas the pack might straight up not be doable. The tower and its effects are the introductory version of the mechanic. It is weird that they don't reuse the tower, though. Also, that one, Cat. I very much agree with that one. I would like it more if bosses that only do a mechanic once or twice show you why it doesn't use it again. Like, the manatee in Yokotsumo only does the whole, like, sucking in the forest and then, like, doing all that crazy stuff with all the telegraphs falling. It only does it twice, because when it's sucking in the forest on the other side of the arena is literally disappearing. Like, it's actually disappearing, so, like, it's gone. Bird had consistent damage output with no spikes. Sadly for Bird, that damage output was lower than a pallet itself sustained. The fight felt hectic at times, but not dangerous. And that's the same as the feeling with Warrior on a fight like this. And yeah, with bosses, the scariest thing they can do is do a single attack that hurts so much that you can't deal with it. Or if their auto attacks are really strong, then it gets really scary if they stop doing mechanics. Like, I remember on Maul Skull, the fight got harder later in the fight because he stopped doing one of the mechanics that wasted his time. Like, he does this attack where he, like, punches, like, cubes in front of him that just drops a bunch of circle AoEs all over the place. He stops doing that, like, after doing it twice. But it doesn't stop doing the stack markers and stuff like that. And that time is is crucially valuable, because you need that time so that your big cooldown is ready for, like, the stack marker, like multi-stack marker hits and things like that. Like, that is the reason. Let's speed this up a bit. Does anything happen at this point? This is exactly how it feels in the solo challenge streams, is that when you have a boss that just loops mechanics and it's clear that your cooldowns outmaneuver them completely, it feels a bit like nothing's happening. Hey Dave, hope you're doing well. Telemann says, do you know if as a Dragoon it's worth it to complete the Heaven's Thrust combo twice in a row once you started by mistake? I think it depends a little bit on how far into the combo you are, maybe, but I would imagine that the biggest question there is your burst coming up? Because the most painful part about it is if you're using if your burst, like, if your burst is coming up, whoa, okay, if your burst is coming up, then it's really important that your disembowels or power surge buff is active. If the Heaven's Thrust combo is coming up while you have nothing else, which can happen sometimes, like a 12.5 second window where you're doing nothing aside from the combo, then it hurts a bit, but not as much. It's like Mulls will actually listen to the coaching you give the bosses. Yeah. So I would say it depends, Delamar. It depends, and it's hard to say because you kind of have to figure it out in the moment. See, the scary part of Gerfurler is, of course, the multi-stack. But Paladin has hallowed ground. The theme of the boss is playing safe. I don't have enough time to wipe mid-fight. Yep, that is correct. I think the fight takes like 12 plus minutes. Even if you make the mistake of beginning the wrong combo, you'd still fit one of each in buff windows, right? Well, the problem is specifically... The problem specifically is... If, is that your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 combo, both of them, your 10-step combo takes 25 seconds to perform. And your burst is 20 seconds long. Like with Lance Charge and all that. And you want Power Surge to be active at 0 seconds in that burst. Right? Like you want it to already be running. And the fact that you'll get around to the Power Surge buff doesn't change that. Like, you're, like, if you, like, start your burst on Lance Barrage, then it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you get, like, 3 GCDs of buffed, which means that all the OGCDs in the first 5 GCDs there, you lose, like, 9-point-something% damage because you lose the 10% damage boost. And, like, if it's your 2-minute burst, then, well... Let's see, Dragonfire Dive, that's 500. Rise of the Dragon, that's 1,050. So there you already lose like 100 potency. You could probably have gotten 3 Nastrons off. That's another 100 potency lost. Geishka is like 30 lost. You also have Starcross and Stardiver. That's combined with the Geishka is probably another 100. No, actually, probably 200. So like, that's where it comes from, is you need those 10%. So it kind of depends on how many OGCDs you have that you're losing damage on. But yeah, if you're not in that situation, I feel like there's a reasonable argument exactly because of the First Mind's focus and the not too massive power difference between Heaven's Thrust and Chaotic Spring, that there could be an argument. But I think it depends on how far in the combo you are before you realize you goofed it up. If you realize after Raiden, like after Lance Barrage, then I think it might be worth it to circle back and do Spiral Blow. But after Heaven's Thrust, you should probably just finish it. But it is difficult, because that's the thing with mistakes, is that we don't really talk too much about mistakes. Is Heaven's Thrust still better than the Step 5? No, it is equal to the Step 5. Which I also say in my Dragoon guide. Yeah, for me, when I was doing this fight on Warrior, the only thing that was actually a problem was the multi-stack. Because you needed enough cooldowns to deal with that. The key difference here between Paladin and Warrior is, of course, that Warrior has more times where they heal a bunch than Paladin does, but Paladin can of course just like clemency if they need it. So like that just means they lose some damage if they have to do that. And then Paladin has hallowed ground, whereas Warrior has to actually heal up in between. Is Drake's Bane better than Full Thrust? Nope. They're equal. It's set up so perfectly, if I remember correctly, that when Heaven's Thrust appears, the trait that gives you Heaven's Thrust also buffs Drake's Bane to match. So like they're always equal pretty much. See, apparently 10 damage up from orbs deal just enough damage to tickle a tank. I even stopped attacking to get as many as I could. That I should endure his fury indeed. Yeah, that attack, I remember that one doesn't really do anything. I think the stacks you get also increase your damage by like 2% per stack. Isn't that because Heaven's Thrust got nerfed? That's hard to say. I'd say it's more that they readjusted things. Well, the thing is, Bondi, we figured out that it was rather specific things that wasn't working. But yeah, you're right. We would have to test to be sure. Aaron thought was 500 last patch? Well, let's see. Let's see, 6.0 added, 6.08 combo potency has been increased from 430 to 480, so 50 potency buff there. Then combo potency has been decreased from 480 to 440. But then they also increased the internal potency by 40. So like it went down 80, but then they added a trait that increased it by 40. So yeah, it did get a small nerf. But then again, Drakesbane also got adjusted potency. I mean, it could be worse, Bondi. I feel like there's never been a case where I could read a tooltip in World of Warcraft, see the amount of damage it says that my fireball does, and actually see it do that amount of damage. Not 100% certainly, anyway. Well, it does this much damage if you don't have any effects. It's the base damage. Oh, you have, like, a damage bonus that increases fireball specifically? No, we didn't count that. You're supposed to know that. After the orbs, Gefurli will start looping Wind, Fire, Water stack. The loop is about 118 seconds long. You can tell because Guardian will start to drift later and later in the multi-stack. Good thing Hallowed Ground can be used every 4th to realign it. Wind has a lot of auto attacks, so that's where Rampart goes. Yeah, that makes sense. I believe it was something like that in as Warrior as well. That Damnation slowly drifted out. And I did like Homegang could be used, but it doesn't work nearly as well as Hallowed Ground. Because it still leaves you needing to heal up after the fact. Although you know that it's a problem when Cat says, good thing Hallowed Ground can be used every 4th to realign. This 7-minute cooldown you can use every 4th time, guys. Not the 4th time. Every 4th time. So now you know it's going to be a long, long fight. Yeah. 17 minutes and 45 seconds. I think when I did it, it was like 16 minutes or maybe 15. I think. Not even sure. It was an insanely long fight. And I'm not even sure what causes it. Like, I feel like this fight was much longer than your average final boss, even in Dawntrail, but it might not be. It might just feel that way. But because the full loop is like just shy of 2 minutes, it has this effect where it's like you can kinda use arm's length for every wind. And you can use Rampart for every wind. And if you want to use something like Damnation, like your 40% for the stack marker, you can kinda use it for every one of them. Almost. Almost. Because it's just shy of 118, like just shy of 2 minutes. If I remember correctly, we had the same problem with Maulskull, where I think his loop was like 110 seconds, or maybe less than that. Probably because the DPS boost makes a good difference with kill time with DPS in there. Hard to say, Bokaj. As far as I know, each of those orbs adds up to like 2%. Like, about 2% damage gain. And I think there's like 20 of them. And what is it? The buff lasts like 30 seconds. So it probably helps. But I think a huge part of it is simply that he's a chunky boy. And you're a tank. It's a little hard to see, but I guess an interesting question is, was clemency regularly necessary? Yes. There was a clemency right there. It's almost like I talked it into being. It was like, did you use clemency a lot? Cast clemency. Yeah, this is this is also like when I show like a full fight in mentor roulette videos. That is also part of the reason why I try to talk about something while it's showing. But that would be a very weird if I'm also talking over it, so probably makes sense to not do that in this case. And that's also understandable, Cat. Like that I think I remember in some solo challenge or dungeons, I've had people go, why are you not greeting on this? Why are you playing so careful? It's like, yeah, well, you see, if I mess it up, then I get thrown 5, 8, 10, 15 minutes back in time. I don't want to do that. Nice. Very well done. But that is impressive. I think an interesting question with that is whether Gunbreaker can do it then. I don't know if Gunbreaker would have a better or worse time than Paladin. I could imagine that Paladin is in a better position than Gunbreaker. Simply because of the amount of times you had to use Clemency. I think Dark Knight might like straight up not be able to do it. Like if you had done it with Dark Knight, I would probably have said, yeah, okay, well then there's no need to test Paladin and Gunbreaker. Zab says, I did solo one of the bosses on Dark Knight. Was it the first one? The one that spends a lot of time just not doing anything relevant. The second one. Oh yeah, because they don't really do that much after the initial stack marker. High soloing that one on Gunbreaker soon? Probably not. Probably not. But it would be interesting to see. "25% HP shield every 15 seconds is really good." That's true, and that is something that people often underestimate. Is that if you actually use TBN on cooldown, that is actually a decent amount of healing. Like, if I remember correctly, we found that, like, without any, like, multipliers or anything, Guardian, which is, this, is less than 20% of your HP. Now, the thing is, it can crit, and it can benefit from healing increases and all that jazz. So you can make it more than 25% of your HP. But this is smaller than TBN. So if you're good about using TBN, it might be better. The main reason why I usually view Gunbreaker as a little higher than that is because Aurora is like 1,200, like 1,200 healing potency on a minute cooldown. You also have Heart of Corundum. Like, there's a lot more healing involved, and it's just like compared to a barrier. But TBN is often underestimated. health you don't lose is indirectly healing in that sense. It's just that for Dark Knight, if you lose health, it's kinda gone, right? Like, it's straight up gone. With the exception that you do have Shadowed Vigil. And you could use Abyssal Drain, and you could focus on 1-2-3 combos more. Like, I've seen Angel back when Dawntrail was completely new solo the second half of the final boss in Alexandria as Dark Knight. Well, let's see. We still have a clip from Emir, Shaq, and Cyanide. Are you there? Are you still alive? Are you still alive? Shaq is here. That's also true, Bondi. If you can set up a situation in a fight where you basically die every 5 minutes, then Dark Knight is excellent. But that also means that you have to make that health bar really, really last for 5 minutes. And also true, Super Bolide, like, you kind of have to already be near death if you're soloing something for it to be helpful at all, because you need to have your heals afterwards. Right, let's see. Burst openers and general advice. By the way, this is the level 100 MSQ dungeon, so if you don't want to see that, now you know. In Japanese. Wow. It's a Pictomancer. Yeah, that was a little bit of a, wait a minute, what do I do next? Right there. Uh-oh. So if we just if we just rewind that, this particular pull as a Pictomancer is a little awkward, because the way you'd normally prefer to do it, I would say, like when you're in a dungeon pull, is you can throw the Palm Muse just on the pack, and then you can like swift cast the motif for the next one, so that you already have Wing Muse ready for your burst. But there is no pull to the next pack here, so you kind of have to like you can do Palm Muse and then just do Wing motif and then just kind of stand there a bit and then do your burst. I think that would be what I would do in this situation. Just Palm Muse, Wing motif immediately. But if we go past that, because that's like OGCD stuff, you could still do the rest of the burst. I can see the logic in just weaving Striking Muse, just get the hammer up, and then Starry Muse. Like that's not optimal. You could probably like do like a fire and red or something. And it's really awkward also because this is 3 targets, and the filler AoE combo for Pictomancer, as far as I recall off the top of my head, is better on 4, not 3, 4. So this is single target land. I'm pretty sure it's the same on the subtractive palette combos as well. But that does mean that the best you can do here is, so you do Starry Muse, and then you would, because this being your opener, you would use 3 hammers, like hammer, 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 at some point, and you will have a full subtractive palette combo and the Comet, and Star Prism. Well, yeah, Star Prism. And then Rainbow Drip. Like, that's what it's going to be. Later in the duty, where you have subtractive palette to spare, you'll probably be able to go into the burst with a Comet in Black, like, in stock, so you can Comet in Black 2 subtractive palette attacks, and like, so that you'd already have had to spend 1, for example, and then you can subtractive palette again for another Comet in Black. It doesn't have to be in that exact order, but just 2 Comets in Black, 2 subtractive palette hits, and then Star Prism, and then Rainbow Drip. Whereas right here, you don't have the resources to do all that, so you straight up can't. But the problem that of course arrives is you use Starry Muse, and yeah, you said you have rearranged your bars. That could have an impact, but like, as far as I see it, as far as I view this, you go Starry Muse, but you're not actually sure what you're going to do in Starry Muse. So you use it, and then you go, right, what's my first action? Which is, like, that's really hard to deal with. Like, ultimately, you should have been thinking about how to set it up here, right? Go, okay, what will I do when I reach melee? Like, when I reach the pack, what will I do? But now you're here, and you don't know. Possibly. Can be you don't know where the button you need to press is. It can be you're not sure how to start it, which is understandable because this is a little awkward. You might even be sitting there going, do I wing motif here? And yeah, that's also what I said, Jonathan. You're using single target filler attacks. And then you subtract a palette. Single target. And single target. And oh yeah, there's also the part that because you don't have white paint, you would have to finish your 1, 2, 3 combos to actually access Comet in Black at all. Like, that doesn't help either. That is really awkward. Here, though, right here, you can use Wing Muse Swift Cast motif again to, like, prep. Also, your you haven't used your free option to Scenic motif or Starry motif. And that is true, Bocage. Holy and White is a gain on anything more than 1 target, pretty much. just reiterating because I paused. Here you can use Wing Muse, Swift Cast, motif the next one. You also have another motif that you haven't prepared. And part of the reason why I'm specifically saying you have to Wing Muse right then is because you're on 3 stacks now. Isn't it a loss on 4? Let's check. Holy and White does 520 and 60% less. That's 2.8. So that's technically, let's see, that's 312 to the primary target, and then 208 or 208 to secondary targets. So we have Fire and Red 2. That's less than 208. We have Air and Green 2. That's less than 208. We have Water 2 and Blue. That's less than 208. Then we have Blizzard 2. That is more than 208, but it also takes 33% longer to do, and that's not more than 277. So that is technically not as much potency per second. Ish. And this is also not more than 277. This, however, is barely. So there's an argument to be made about that it might be better in the present. But there is this whole conversation we also had earlier back in Origenics, is that you using Holy and White there also means you're not doing something else, and that something else could be a gain in the long run. It's like, that's always the weird thing with Holy and White. But Holy and White on AoE is usually good. Because it's designed, the way you have to look at Holy and White is a bit more like Sage's Toxicon. Because Toxicon is a gain on 2. In the exact same way. You should have weaved that. You should switch target. I guess that works. Comet? Maybe? Yeah, I can see that there's a strong feeling of either not sure where the buttons are or not sure what to do. I can see that, Shaq. There's the comet. I would probably have used the comet a little earlier, but maybe you realized you had it then? I don't think I've ever noticed that random person running through the pack before. What? Huh? Oh, what? What? Where are you going? Why are you running? Hey, come back! I just want to ask you a question. But yeah, particular thing, and you can also see it here, is with Pictomancer, like first of all, the Comet in Black has an AoE component, so like if you have it in the chamber, you kind of want to use it while there are more targets. But now that you're out of combat, like, this is a mistake that I think a lot of people make, is you're out of combat, motif, 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 immediately, bam, bam, bam. Because the instant, like, now you're losing uptime. Now you're losing uptime. And you didn't have to go over there. You were fine where you were standing. And you probably don't want to use Madine here. Because you want to hold it for the burst on the boss. Although we're in the awkward position where this guy, like, comes out in the middle of where the 2-minute burst comes up. So you are in that awkward position of, do I use it or do you sit on it? And you probably sit on it, but it does mean that jobs that have, like, bursts that can kind of drift, then drift, and now you're striking and you're, like, your 2 other motifs are just drifting. Oh, I hope you see that you missed that one. Oh, the tank didn't care. Smudge? Run back to your field of grass! Quickly! Nailed it. Comet? Ah, you lost a comet. F for the comet. Now comet. Comet? You still have a stack from something. Another comet is lost. This is also like a random thing. Like I'm sure it'll come with practice, Shaq. Yeah, basically, if you have the results of a subtractive palette and you're thinking of doing it, you have to view it as, I can't use subtractive palette because I have Comet in Black. Like in the same way that you can't use Vice Winder because you have 3 Rattling Coils. Like, they are mutually exclusive. Like, you have to view it like that because it's that painful. I also make that mistake with Rattling Coils, by the way. And sometimes I also override the Comet in Black. But, like, that is kind of how you have to do it. Like, the Comet in Black is, like, maybe not the absolute most important part, but it is a really valuable part of the subtractive palette. I've been using it straight away since this. That is a way to solve it. It's just that it also comes with the caveat that because of how burst-centric Pictomancer is, you kinda want to make sure that you have one for your burst. Like I said before, the perfect 2-minute burst is a full hammer combo, Comet in black, 2 subtractive palettes, a Comet in black in any order really, but it usually it's likely to come out like that, and then Star Prism and then Rainbow Drip, something to that effect. And the only way to do that is if you've actually set this up preemptively. Somewhat preemptively. That is of course something to strive for, that is not a requirement to get it right immediately, and also that is the most awkward timing. You finally had it, and then the boss dies. You were finally ready, and the boss dies. Yeah, Amos, the thing is, the mastery like that in a Savage context comes with practice. It comes with practice. Like, another thing you could consider is also that, like, if you watch my guides and you see me do the rotation perfectly in a clip, sometimes that's take 1. Like, sometimes I just nail it. Other times, which has a... like, for example, with Machinist, there's a tendency that it takes me multiple tries to get it right. So, like, it's about practice. And it's not a bad idea to practice. Like, go to a striking dummy if you want to learn a job. It's not a bad idea. Like, that teaches you the rotation. It doesn't teach you to dodge mechanics while doing it. But hey, if you actually have the muscle memory of the job, then you at least have that working for you. Gaming says, whenever I hear the Japanese audio for this game, I remember laughing at my friend who doesn't know anything, how anything is pronounced because he plays in Japanese. LED bus. LED bus. Not to be confused with Elidibus. An LED bus is just a bus with a lot of LEDs. Says, I've been watching our M1S replays and dodging the striking dummy in coordination. That is an interesting way to do it, and I have heard some people have success with that. I have a hard time with that myself because I find it already difficult enough to both do a rotation and look at another screen at the same time. Ellie the boss. But surely the characters still say Elidibus or something to that effect in Japanese, right? I guess it's just that he can't tell what part of it is the character's name. Lightning bolt. Well, at least you had your motifs ready this... uh-oh. Nope. that is weird. From what you said, Shaq, I assume that you've gotten better since, but I do stand by that Pictomancer's burst is so incredibly strict that you pretty much have to use Starry Muse like already knowing what you're going to press. Like, before you press Starry Muse, you have to know at least what the first few buttons you're going to press are, because you don't have time to think about it when you start. I think there's even players that have like just minor latency issues that pretty much just have to go, well, I can't fit the Rainbow Drip in. because of the very, very, very small delays it can cause. Eridibus. Well, that should be easy to hear then. Union says that was something I definitely felt when I leveled Pixelmancer. I didn't quite know what to do, so my bursts never really went well enough. Yeah, I could imagine that. That's also something I remember day one when I, like, which you can see in the stream bots, day one of Dawntrail when I picked up Pixelmancer and Viper. With Viper, I kind of just went over to the striking dummy and was like, yeah, this kind of works. I kind of get it. Like, this works. And then oh, that was your sound, I take it. That does sound a little weird. But yeah, when I then tried Pixelmancer, like, I tried a little bit and I was like, I need more time. Like, I need to cook with this a little bit more before I know what to do with it. And because Viper just kinda worked, I felt a lot more confident in that one, which is why I leveled that one first between the two. Like, Viper feels, to me at least, a lot more intuitive, whereas Pixelmancer, as a mage, it makes perfect sense, but as a mage, it has this thing where it's not obvious what you're supposed to do. Personally, Bondi, I felt Viper was already easier than Reaper with Noxious Nash. It's not as obvious because you have to be more creative. Mm-hmm. Indeed. I mean, like, the particular reason, at least to me, that Viper is quote-unquote so much easier than Reaper is specifically because Viper does not have a raid buff. Jonathan says, is there a resource online to make rotations, or is it really just opening a spreadsheet? There are resources to do it. Depends on what what it is that you're thinking of when you say making rotations. It depends on what you need, like what you're looking for. But ultimately, it's about, like, if you're trying to, like, lab what would work, it's a lot about a spreadsheet. It's a lot about spreadsheets. But for just designing a rotation, there are various tools that can, like, print out, like, a line of icons. Like, they exist. They're there. Having a raid buff would make Viper easier. I don't know, the reason why I think it makes Viper easy, that it doesn't have a raid buff, is simply that it means that not only does no one else care, but not even you yourself cares that you're using your burst exactly on the 2 minute. Oh, they made Pixelmancer in the shell. Is it the same person that made Black Mage in the shell? That does not surprise me. Uh-oh. Yeah, fair enough, Green. It's just that's also what I'm doing. But yeah, as you can hear, as you can probably tell from Perrin's listing, Jonathan, if you need to like lab like specifically potencies and stuff for a given job, you will likely either need a spreadsheet or a dedicated tool that was made by people that play the job. Or at least understand the job. And there isn't just a one-size-fits-all for that. But the particular thing that makes me curious when it's Pictomancer in the shell is that Black Mage in the shell is like... There's like a timeline with exact seconds, like milliseconds, where it shows like when you can cast again. Where it even like highlights the cast attacks and things like that. As a ooh, you probably need to use your defensive cooldown if you have it. It's on cooldown. You might be fine. Hopefully the healer hasn't forgotten about you. Never mind. The panic. It probably isn't too hard to make such a tool out. The problem is understanding all of the factors that go into each job and not missing anything. There's also Amarantine's combat sim, but the usability on that isn't great since it's a Jupyter Python notebook that does Monte Carlo sims for every action. Oh boy. That sounds extremely precise in some ways, or rather precise in the way that it doesn't miss anything, but can be very overwhelming. And also that, Gary, understanding the job doesn't mean that you know how to program such a thing. Indeed. Like, personally, I have some programming background. I could probably make such a tool, but a particular thing that I've never been good at is user interface. So, like, I think, like, back in Shadowbringers, I made like a relatively simple tool, quote-unquote tool, more like just a function in R that basically just printed like it based on specific statement, like specific requirements I had given it, like if statements essentially, as it went through the rotation. It produced a table that showed exactly what the red mage rotation could be under specific criteria, because I was curious how the rotation would play out, because it wasn't entirely predictable because of the random factor. But yeah, if you're specifically looking for Pictomancer and Black Mage, then I believe there's both Black Mage in the shell and Pictomancer in the shell, Jonathan. But I don't know if there are like just as amazingly good options for other jobs. It probably doesn't surprise anyone that there's Pictomancer in the shell after Black Mage in the shell, due to some similarities between them in the way they plan out a rotation. Some. But yeah, overall, Shaq, I think the main things that stood out were things that probably you have ironed out. But the things that I would suggest, based on what I saw in that run, is well, make sure you use all of your motifs as you run from fight to fight. That can sometimes be hard if the next fight is really close. Try. That is something to just remember. Another thing is when you're like running between packs, you can use your living muse and then just swift cast the next one. That isn't always what you'd want to do, but it's something you can do, which can be helpful to make sure that you have Morgue of the Ages or Retribution of the Madine for the burst once the pull is finished. And the reason why it might not always be what you want to do is because, well, sometimes you only have one muse, so maybe that one muse you have is the one you're going to use for the burst. Depends on how the previous fights went. Another is, once you start to have Holy and Whites to cast, maybe you'd rather do that. Like, maybe that's what you want to use. And early on in a duty, you might also just use your first striking muse. Maybe. As you're running over. Maybe not. Maybe yes. But like, that's also an option in your arsenal. It's like, you have different options, but Living Muse Swiftcast motif is a thing you can do to get some running time, and you could use Striking Muse, but if you use Striking Muse as you run, then it kinda comes with the expectation that you then have to do Striking motif, or Hammer motif, before your burst. But speaking of the burst, the best tip I can give there is before you click Starry Muse, what do you have to accomplish? Like, think about what is the burst you're going to do. Like, what buttons are you going to press? At least the first 3. Usually, the first 3 can just be hammer, hammer, hammer. That is an option. The only reason why you do it in a different way is simply because you need the hammers at a later stage in the burst. Like, maybe there's a mechanic coming up that will force you to step away. Whatever. That can be a reason. But, like, baseline, you can go like hammer, 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 comet, 2 subtractive pallet attacks, subtractive pallet, comet, prism, drip. But you can't do that the first time, because usually you don't have a comet already stocked. You might not even have white in stock. So you just have to do a regular subtractive palette. 1, 2, 3, comet, prism, drip. Again, doesn't have to be in that order, except the drip has to be last. And like, basically thinking about what your burst is going to be before you do it might be really helpful. And like, in a Savage Raid context, you wouldn't want to do this, but like in casual context, if the pull sneaks up on you and you haven't actually like flipped it in your mind what you're going to do, then just cast Fire in red, an arrow in green, while you think about what you're going to do. That's not optimal. That is, of course, something you want to eventually move away from once you've learned it, but that is something you can do. It's not the worst thing you could do. You'd probably not prefer to just spam that while you have cooldowns ready, but there's something you can do that is better than nothing. You can also, like, in the initial open, if it's like a raid fight, you're probably going to, like, if you can, you'll, like, rainbow drip right off the rip, and then Pom Muse, and then Wing motif, which gives you, like, a combined, like, 10 seconds to think about what you're going to do. So you have a lot of time to think over how you're going to do it. That might help you. If you're not sure. There's also the possibility that by the time that I've seen this video now, you've already learned these things. You don't need me to tell you, but it's just, it's a little bit like how I said for black mages that that if you suddenly like run into like a mind wall, you're like, I don't know what to do, and you're in the middle of Astral Fire, then you click Transpose and Umbral Soul, and then you figure out what you're going to do. That's a massive DPS loss, but you know what's a bigger DPS loss is just freezing and just letting Astral Fire drop. Like, that's completely unrelated to Pictomans, but it's similar in the way that you're basically just going over to default. Like Like, you don't have to go Transpose Honorable Soul. You could also just do Blizzard 3, Blizzard 4, and just start over. That's also an option. But specifically, stepping out of Astral Fire if you get stuck might be the best choice. It's a little bit of the same idea where you don't start Starry Muse if you're not sure what to do with it. And I mean, yeah, in regards to what you're saying, Bondi, that of course comes with the detail that you might not have, like, in the 2-minute burst, you can't have 6 hammers there. And the crit buffs are usually aligned with the raid buffs. Although, if you have a bard in your raid, then you would of course want to have your second hammer, if you can, during Wanderer's Minuet still. I suppose that is a very, very specific optimization, because that's 2% crit chance. I think that's a thing. I hope you can use some of that, Shaq. I also saw that Gazel said something to the effect of, "Oh, that's why our raid buffs misaligned after the first boss." Oh yeah, it's the same with Army's Paean, that's true. That is a good point. Would armies or wanderers be better for that? Come to think of it? Because armies gives 3% on direct hit chance, and wanderers gives 2% crit. It's exactly the same. Okay. Yeah, armies is 3%. It would be a disaster if it was 2%. %3 direct hit, 2% crit rate, 1% damage. Yeah, exactly. I'm pretty sure that the way that the formula for guaranteed critical direct hits is that like 3% direct hit would be more impactful than 2% crit in that sense, wouldn't it? It means that there aren't any raid buffs of any sort that boost determination, right? Correct. Anything that would boost determination just straight up just says you do more damage. Like, instead of saying you have 1% more determination, they just say you do more damage. Which I believe is also part of the reason why determination often feels a little more helpful than direct hit. Well, in that case, Bondi, that does place the second, like, your odd minute hammer, if we can call it that, in an interesting situation, because this is a very specific time. That's specifically like the I think it's like the 31 seconds, like half a minute before Wanderer's Minuet. So like, it's not on the odd minute, it's 30 seconds later. I do remember that Emir said that they weren't going to be available on this stream, so I'm not exactly expecting them to suddenly show up. I don't know if Cyanide disappeared. It would be very funny if there was a buff that said increases your determination by X%. It would be really random. Exactly, Bundy. I believe I had a Mythbuster video where I found found something similar to that. Although I think I mentioned it a little bit offhand, because it wasn't actually about that. It was about something else, and I just happened to like fall backwards into that little extra discovery. So it's just like, oh, by the way, there's this other thing too. But that was also what I observed, is that it seems like they just grab the direct hit rate and just add it as damage buffs almost. Almost. I wasn't entirely sure if they add like direct hit rate to the direct hit damage itself. So like it's like if you have 10% extra direct hit rate, then it becomes 35%. Or if it's 25% and then a 10% buff separately. I'm pretty sure it just gets added flat on top of the direct hit. And if that's the case, well, that would probably make the direct hit better in general. With a flat % damage buff on specifically that skill. Oh, okay. In that case, Army's Parent is definitely the better option. 185k hammers. Devilman says hello. Am I right? Healers heal better during Mage's Ballad if it buffed Determination. That would be funny. Just Bard and Scholar. Yeah, that would mean Devilman would be even better than that. Battle Boy should increase your dissemination. Well, it can't live. It's too busy boosting direct hit chance for some reason. Wait a minute. Did Battle Boys increases direct hit chance? What did it increase in the Realm Reborn? And Heaven's Ward? Oh, it doubles the effectiveness of songs on party members and enemies. It doubled the effectiveness of your song. So, like, if you had the MP regen song, now it regens twice as much. If you were using Foe Requiem, then the enemies took even more damage from magic. Like most things with Final Fantasy, the confirmation we got is a single comment from Yoshi P 4 hours into an untranslated rant about fishing or something during a live letter. I mean, that is pretty funny. But I mean, I'm just saying, Bondi, when I say that that's what I noticed, I'm just going to underline that I fell like backwards into the discovery that it worked like that. And the only reason why I wasn't certain is because, one, I can't remember exactly. And two, I didn't test enough to know for sure if it was damage variance or if crit and direct hit was just like an extra damage boost next to the other damage boosts, or if it was like added flat on top of the crit damage and the direct hit damage or something. Like, I didn't test enough to see if to get the difference between the damage variance and this extra thing. And the thing is, that wasn't what I was trying to prove. I think what I was looking at was the fact that there is the myth that critical hit rate, the stat, double dips on these critical, like guaranteed critical hits, and it doesn't, because only the critical hit damage goes in from here, but direct hit straight up says it. And then, like, just randomly this other thing came in as well. Alright, Catch, enjoy your day. Battle Voice no longer doubles the effect of the songs because that was causing parts to be deaf to their own voice. Well, no, that doesn't make sense, because I'm pretty sure Battle Voice didn't work on yourself until Endwalker. Like, when they made it direct hit, it was direct hit for everyone else except the Bard. Which is even weirder. Take that for a moment. Consider that. Raid buff, but only for everyone else. Heals take time to recover. Capital RDPS. And then there's also the weird thing with Red Mage. The really, really wacky thing with Embolden. That it only increases your own magic damage and increases all damage dealt by everyone else. The funny thing, I've talked about this before, but the funny thing about it is this design combined with the fact that well, it doesn't fully apply anymore. Where does that come from? It comes from that. Never mind, it's fine. How about this one? Also magic. It comes from the fact that your OGCDs, so Flesh, Contra 6, Core, Engagement, Displacement, like all of these things do physical damage, which means that it doesn't matter for your buff that Flesh isn't in Embolden, because Flesh doesn't benefit from Embolden, because it's physical damage and boosts your magic damage. But the instant you include one other raid buff, that all falls to the floor. Good, my buff doesn't boost Flesh, but the Bard's Radiant Finale does. The Ninja's Mug does. The Summoner's Searing Light does. The Reaper's Arcane Circle does. The card that got thrown in my face does. And yeah, also that. If you have 2 red mages in your group for whatever reason, only the red mages can double dip on Embolden. They can have the 5% magic damage and the 5% all damage all at once. Flesh was fun with physical only Brotherhood and Dragoon piercing. Oh yeah, I guess Flesh would be piercing. And that's true. There was a time where Brotherhood only increased physical damage done. Which did mean, I think this was like Stormblood days, there was like the concept of a physical heavy composition and things like that. And like, because of how different jobs helped each other, you had things like only Dragoon provides the piercing resistance down debuff. So you kinda need a Dragoon to make your ranged physical perform optimally. And, well, Brotherhood is physical damage increase, so presumably if you have a monk, you'd prefer to have more physical damage than magical damage and things like that. That was something we talked about like yesterday, I think, Bundy. Astrologian's auto attacks are slashing because they're slicing the opponent with a card. Just zink. The only healer that doesn't do blunt damage. I have a feeling that part of the reason why they removed the resistance down debuffs, like the slashing, blunt, piercing ones, was because it felt a little unfair when the blunt department was monk, mages and healers that didn't really care, but monk, and then casters that didn't care. Piercing was Dragoon and ranged physical, and then incidental stuff like Red Mage physical attacks and things like that. And then slashing is all tanks, the rest of the melee cast. And Astrologian for some reason. So like it felt like slashing was like the cool kids. And then you had the other ones. Like the weird ones. Bondi says, it felt like ranged were tuned to not expect the piercing debuff. So when they had it, they were just insane. That does make sense, because I do recall hearing about Bard late Stormblood being completely busted because they scaled extremely well with crit because their songs procced from dot crit ticks. And late in an expansion, you have a lot of crit. Cat says, did you know Flesh and Contra 6 enables auto attacks? I didn't know that. I think you might have mentioned it before, but I didn't actually know that. I guess it's the physical damage that causes that. Not from Earth says also most of the melees just carried their own debuff, so it's almost what's the point. Yeah, exactly. I think in like a Realm Reborn and Heavensward days, ninjas had to go out of their way to make the slashing debuff. Whereas Warrior kind of did it anyway as part of their non-enmity generation combos. Like, they had that as an option, whereas Ninja had to go out of their way to do it. Not 100% sure on that, but like, eventually those things changed. And yeah, if I remember correctly, Samurai applied their slashing resistance down with Yukikaze. And then in Stormblood, Ninja applied it with Shadowfang, where they were going to apply a dot anyway and maintain. And Monk applied their blunt resistance with Dragon Kick. It was both slashing and Shadowfang dot from the start? Okay, for some reason I feel like I had read somewhere that it was like at the very old days, it was very inconvenient for ninjas to apply the slashing debuff. Kind of a stupid question. If you have, let's say, 2 Dragoons or 2 Summoners in a party, is it a DPS game to have one take the 1-minute buff and another at the 2-minute? I'm thinking, yes, it is. For the Dragoons, there's no downside to having one of the Dragoons use Battle Litany 1 minute later. Because Battle Litany doesn't turn into another attack. For the Summoners, at max level, there's technically a loss for the Summoner that holds Searing Light to the odd minute, because that means they don't get to use Searing Flash. Isn't it Searing Flash? Searing Flash. In the raid buffs. But there is probably a bigger gain for everyone else to get 2 5% bonuses like throughout the fight rather than 1. And that gain is probably bigger than, I don't know, Searing Flash doing 30% more damage instead of only 5. Dancing Edge was just a combo action off of Gust Slash. Was Dancing Edge then the thing that applied the slashing down? See, I did think it was something like that. Shadowfang has also gone through a weird journey, because at some point it was a step 2 combo, later it became a step 3 combo, I believe, then it became a GCD you could use whenever, like Sonic Break, and then they removed it. How did Tornado Kick work before the Masterful Blitzes? Just before the Masterful Blitzes, Tornado Kick was just an OGCD that hit like a freight train for some reason on a long cooldown. That was like super late Shadowbringers. And then they changed it again in Endwalker. The reason for that being that Tornado Kick's mechanic was removed when they when they removed Greased Lightning as a mechanic to manage in mid Shadowbringers. Before that, Tornado Kick was like a 10-second cooldown that could only be used when you had 3 stacks or more of Greased Lightning. And again, it hit really hard, but it removed all of your Greased Lightning. And the thing is, Greased Lightning, it basically did this I'm not done. It did this and more. So the first stack did this, the second stack did this, the third stack did this, and then you had to switch to Riddle of Wind, replacing your not Riddle of Wind, your Fists of Wind. You had to go to Fist of Wind instead of Fist of Fire, where Fist of Fire increased your damage by 10%, Fist of Wind increased your movement speed by 10%, like ninja movement. But at level 76, it also allowed you to have a fourth stack of Greased Lightning. And the reason why that was a valuable trade was because each stack of Greased Lightning also increased all damage you did by 10%. So 10, 20, 30, 40%. So you basically traded... so Fist of Fire would of course stack multiplicatively with Greased Lightning, so you would go from 43% more damage to 40% more damage, but you would also go from 15% faster GCDs, or shorter GCDs, to 20% shorter GCDs. There's also other jank. I think it was in Stormblood that Riddle of Fire slowed your GCD while it was active, like weird stuff like that. But the point is that Tornado Kick just ate the whole Greased Lightning, so you had to build it up fast again. And I think the primary way you did that was you used Perfect Balance, so that you could just you could use Snap Punch or Demolish to instantly get Greased Lightning, so you could build up to full again, so you didn't have to do like 3 full 1, 2, 3 combos to get it back. But yeah, Tornado Kick was really weird. And it did indeed lead to a situation where it did, where you had the option to do that instead, if you were really good. And not everyone wanted to do it, because it felt bad, I'm sure. And it is a pretty interesting, hilarious journey for Monk, because in A Realm Reborn, from looking at old tooltips, Monk basically just built up Greased Lightning, and I think Greased Lightning's timer was almost like 10 or 12 seconds originally, but Monk had a few GCDs, like 1 or 2, that were completely unrelated to forms. Like, they had, in addition to Demolish, they had Touch of Death, which was just like a GCD they could use separately, and it was a dot. So they had to like every 18 seconds or 21 seconds or something like that, they had to use Touch of Death. Just in between their combos. And they still had to get back and refresh Greased Lightning, And then, you still had Twin Snakes and Demolish buffs and dots to maintain as well. And then eventually, in mid Shadowbringers, they just went, that Greased Lightning thing, never mind that. There was also, by Stormblood, they lost Touch of Death, so, that was also gone. And then, you think about that. Imagine someone maining Monk in A Realm Reborn with all those timers to manage. Seeing Dawntrail Monk. You have this many timers to worry about ultimately. For your filler rotation, you have the buffs, but for the A Realm Reborn Monk, they'll be like, oh wow, we have some damage buffs. Riddle of Fire? That sounds awesome. Now, how about Twin Snakes? How's that doing? There's no timers, man. Where are all your buffs? Where's all the dots? They're gone. And the thing is, I think Monk, and the thing is, as someone who never, mained Monk, for me, now, Monk feels way more approachable. A lot easier to handle. And as a result, for me, feels a lot more fun. But someone who mains the job, and might have mained it specifically because of the complexity of optimizing it perfectly, might not be happy with Monk as it is right now. Not from Earth says, I think it was in Stormblood where they got the button Formless Fist that refreshed Greased Lightning out of combat. I think it was in Shadowbringers that Form Shift got the ability to refresh Greased Lightning for you. Before that, I'm pretty sure it was just too bad if you couldn't do a Snap Punch or Demolish in time. Oh yeah, that's also true in, like, in A Realm Reborn, basically all of Monk's GCDs had positionals. I can't remember if it was Shadowbringers or Endwalker that went away, that did away with that. I think it was Endwalker, come to think of it. They removed step 1 and step 2 positionals. And just to underline how brutal it was, you can see how Snap Punch gets like 60 potency from the positional. And we were talking about that. But when they reworked so that Greased Lightning was passive, and so you basically lost 40% damage, they buffed the potencies, but as far as I remember, they didn't actually adjust the positional reward. So that means that, like, in early Shadowbringers and before Shadowbringers, the power difference between a Snap Punch in and out of positional could have been like 30 or 40%. Like, it was an enormous damage difference compared to what it is now. Which probably also explains, in a bit more understandable way, why Bootshine only was guaranteed to crit if you did it from behind the target. If I remember correctly, anyway. I'm pretty sure that was the... Yeah, Dragon Kick was the flank and Bootshine was the backside. And the reason why that makes more sense is if Snap Punch gains like 30% potency from being used from the flank, and Bootshine just auto crits, that's about 40%. Plus extra. But that's only fair because the other steps gained an equally ludicrous amount of potency. If you didn't hit Snap Punch positional, you didn't get your Greased Lightning stack, if I recall correctly, in A Realm Reborn and Heavensward. I can't that sounds unbelievable. Because that means that Monk basically wouldn't be able to use their primary mechanic in open world alone. Like the only... Wait, actually you would. Maybe. Because of one Ilm Punch. You straight up just would have to, like, every time your second step is one Ilm Punch, so you can scoot over and finish your combo on the positional. Oh yeah, like, in A Realm Reborn and Heavensward, most positional bonuses were not positional bonuses, it was positional requirements. It didn't count if you missed the positional. I think. Which is also insane to think about. Because again, that would mean that melee DPS just kind of just flatlines in open world. It's just, oh boy, time for my positional. Nope. That would be so infuriating. And I already remember that back in Stormblood. I found Monk really hard to do anything with in open world. Like, you didn't have any ranged attacks, so the only way you could pull a mob away from a different mob if you had trouble with two mobs for some reason was by body pulling it. Well, yeah, exactly. Because we've gone away from all these weird, smaller details, it also means that we've focused more on other things. It's quite strange when you think about it. Because it means that we started with a game that was really annoying in a lot of ways. Like, a lot of things that you had to do because the game says so. Oh, you have to, like, your positionals have to be met because otherwise get goofed, right? You just don't get to have fun. And oh, you have to level all these other classes to get the fun buttons that you need for your job of choice because you have to. Like, all of these things. And then they removed cross-class actions and they removed accuracy because that's not fun. And they removed missing positionals, outright breaking your combos and not giving you the bonuses because that's not fun. And so on and so forth. And eventually reach a point where there's a little bit less, you could say. And then the focus, like, gets more and more and more concentrated. And I think that's also part of the reason why people got so fixated on 2-minute bursts. Because a lot of the things that were in the way of looking at the 2-minute burst got put out of the way. Like, I could imagine that for a casual player in A Realm Reborn and Heavensward, just hitting your positionals was already game enough. Although, as far as I know, in A Realm Reborn and Heavensward, especially A Realm Reborn, raid buffs, like, maybe one. I can't actually think of one. Bard? But I don't, like, that was Foe Requiem, right? Oh yeah, and Trick Attack, that's true. Which means that A Realm Reborn came with no ninja, then eventually they added ninja, and suddenly the ninja just like flips optimization on its head. Just going, now we do it this way, hypothetically. But yeah, exactly. That's actually the funny thing with the accuracy is that the fact that they changed it to direct hit makes really good sense. I've described this in videos before. But the idea being accuracy is... Oh, there is a, in parentheses, small chance that your attack does nothing, which mega sucks. And then there's a really high chance that it does what it's supposed to do, which is complete indifference. Change it to direct hit, there is a, I would say in parentheses, relatively high chance that your attack does slightly more than it says it does, which is nice. And then there's also a really high chance that it just does what it's supposed to do, which is, again, indifference. So, like, accuracy is choosing between having a disaster happen sometimes, which is never fun, and direct hit is having a, like, a little, oh, that's nice, happening every now and then. And the thing is, direct hitting a bunch of times in succession is kind of nice. Missing twice in a row is like, alright, whatever. This pull sucks. I give up. I'm just going to run into the death wall. I don't care. And not getting direct hits is like, for like 99% of the player base, is just, oh well. A very small part of the player base actually goes, this is pointless because I didn't get a direct hit. And that part of the player base is probably only caring about that in extremely specific situations. So it's like, they've moved the problem to a very small subset, and for that subset, it's a much less of a problem. And yeah, that does make sense, not from Earth. That's a little broken, but that's a classic, right? Like, let's just think about this for a moment. It actually makes really good sense that Ninja was released busted. Imagine if one day, in the middle of an expansion, they released a new normal combat job. And it starts at level 1. That job has to be amazingly awesome for people to go like, oh, I need this right now. Because most people have already decided their main for the potentially for the expansion even at that time. Like, imagine if they add the actual gunner as a 4th ranged physical job in patch 7.5. I'm pretty sure Ninja was added in like 2.55 or something like that. Like, extremely late. Imagine they added like a new ranged physical in 7.5 so late that it basically missed the entire expansion, but it just barely made it in the end. And then it starts at level 1. This ranged physical job basically has to be better than all the other ranged physical jobs, and also be better enough that you can actually justify using that for the players that care about optimization to even look at it at that point. It was 2.4. Oh, okay. That's a little bit better. So 7.4. We have a... Let's see, that would be the 3rd raid tier coming out. The 3rd raid tier coming out. Here comes the gunner at level 1. Better level it quick. It's the best ranged physical now. Totally, definitely. It's also really cool and new and shiny. So you can probably see that. Like, case in point, in World of Warcraft, when they added a new class that started at level 1 and wasn't amazing, I'm pretty sure that monks were like underrepresented in World of Warcraft until like Legion, when people started to notice that Windwalkers were incredibly broken in Mythic Plus. Like, that's what it took, was they went, oh, Monk is amazing in this particular content that we want to be good at. That's what it took. And that's probably also the explanation as to why whenever Final Fantasy XIV adds new jobs these days, they add them at a reasonably high level. Because if Viper started at level 1, if Pictomancer started level 1, like obviously if Pictomancer started at level 1, its toolkit wouldn't look like this. It would be better paced than this. But if it started at level 1, then it would take a lot longer to get it to 100. Like, I could imagine that choosing to go through the MSQ as Pictomancer or Viper would put you possibly a day behind. Instead of, like even if you're mega grinding, like, just turbo leveling with players to help you. It would still possibly set you like a day behind just to grind that one job up to level 90. If not 2 days behind. Possibly several days if you're doing it more casually. Like, oof. Not fun. But it does have the massive downside that these jobs that start at really high level look really barren at low levels. Jonathan says there were promises of Rogue for all of 2.x, so when 2.4 came out, it made people want to go and re-clear things with Ninja in the party. I could imagine that. And that's probably also what would happen if they added a new, like, regular job in the middle of an expansion. Probably. Probably. Anyway, I think that's where we're going to call it. So, if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it in the YouTube stuff. That tells the algorithm this was an enjoyable stream and you'd like other people to enjoy it as well. So, of course, that helps me. So, thank you so much for the support. And if you'd like to hang out with me or the chat off stream, remember that there's a Discord community server that you can join where you'll find me, and I'm pretty sure most of the chat. You'll also find the weekly schedules. You can see what else is coming up. We're doing Savage Raiding tomorrow instead of Saturday, and we're also doing it a little later than usual due to some planning. For example, you'll also find the announcement room where you'll see links to videos and streams when they come out. And if you go to the role assignments room and grab the reminder roll, you'll also get a reminder, like an extra notification, both when I post these links and 15 minutes before stream starts, so you don't miss a second. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, and if you don't like any of that, there's also a Ko-Fi link in the description. It all helps support me and the channel directly, so I can focus on doing all of this for all of you. So thank you so much for the support on that as well, and I think that'll be that for me. Good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye!